Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
And joining us now, the Bears' leading receiver each of the last few seasons, Allen Robinson, here with us on TA. Welcome, my man. Glad to have you.
Thanks for having me.
One of the headlines for your team this offseason was the Bears deciding not to pick up the fifth-year option on your quarterback, Mitchell Trubisky. What does that tell, players like yourself and the team as a whole when you see the starting quarterback get that kind of news from the team that his option isn't being picked up for a fifth year?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just, that's the nature of the business.
Right.
We are in a results-driven business and a business in general, but again, for him, I think he knows that that's not the end-all, be-all.
The fifth-year option for first-round picks a few years ago, obviously a big topic of conversation involving Mitch Trubisky. What was your thought process in not picking it up?
Yeah, Jeff, I think, look, every team in the NFL, there's dates, you got to make decisions by. And, internally, when this happens, we make those decisions. And we've always had the approach where we're honest and we're truthful with our players and with our staff. And look, then we move on and we get to work. And that's where it's at. Mitch gets it, and everyone's competing. Everyone's focusing on better results. That's the entire team. That starts with me and everybody. And I think if we believe in Mitch, that doesn't change. Jeff, I think you can point to Kyle Fuller as a great example of a player that didn't get his option exercised, and I think we would say it's worked out well for him and for us.
Right. So then what are you telling these guys when you're going to go out there every day, you're going to bust your ass, and then we're going to give Mitch this fifth year? It never made sense if you wanted to have the true quarterback competition. And yet if you're saving a few $1 million, I don't care. Listen, the Bears want nothing more than to pay Mitch Trubisky a long-term contract to keep him here, because if it gets to that point, that means really good things happen for the Chicago Bears.
What if they pick it up? What does it do? It doesn't make a competition.
No, it means that,
you're our guy.
Honestly, we feel like we've increased competition throughout our roster. Again, that's our responsibility as a personnel department.
I want to see competition. I want to see somebody. I wish it wasn't Nick Foles. I wish it was somebody else, even a young developmental quarterback. But I want to see him, not coddled as much as he has been, where they gave him his roommate, Michael Burton. They gave him Chase Daniel, his tutor. They gave him Dave Ragone, his longtime quarterback coach. They gave him everything he wants, and it has not worked out. Now, Phil, I totally get it. It has not worked out because of coaching errors, because of player lack of performance, especially at the offensive line, especially at the fact that there isn't a tight end for an offense that's almost built around a tight end. And so there's a lot of other issues with Mitch. But as Shane has pointed out a million times on the show, and you have too on the Tape Never Lies a million times, his mechanics are bad. And so it is time that he step up. So, I agree with Wilbon to a certain degree, but at the same time, I want this kid now to step up. And I think that getting some competition on him is going to light a fire under him, and that he's going to go out there and play his best football. I have that. It's more of a hope as a fan than a belief, but I gotta believe it, because like you always say, I root for the jersey.
I cheer for the fucking jersey.
I want Mitch to be the guy. I want him to win this job. I want it to be legitimate. I still go back to the time with that comment with Matt Nagy on the sidelines. I really think that let everybody behind the curtain with man the fuck up. I really think it comes down to a comment like that they've tried to pound this into Mitch's head over and over and over again to not overthink things.
If they don't fucking put this as a fair competition, then that's on the head coach. Because what you hear, if we rewind back, Aldo, you hear, I know, I've talked to people, and I'm paraphrasing his quote, in Kansas City, and Matt Nagy doesn't like this kid. So why did you choose to come here then? Why did you come here knowing that that's your quarterback? You signed up for that. For me, I've seen this guy, for 2 years. They won the NFC North, and I was calling this fucking coach out. Short side runs, fucking reverses at the goal line. Let's throw again. on third. We're going empty set on 3rd and 1. All of these things that keep the drive going. Get in the I-4. We saw it last year, Shane, you and I. Fucking driving right down the field. Right down the field in the I formation. What do? They get in the red zone, they get out of it. Let's be gimmicky again.
Sure, yeah. If Mitch goes out and balls out this year, Chicago media is going to eviscerate the Chicago front office for not picking up his 5th-year option.
But now the ball's in Mitch's court. This is the dysfunctional football family he's been brought into. We are going to analyze it all the way through. But like I said, I don't think it's fair that Mitch has taken the abuse from the fan base and the people flip-flopping and say they know it. All I know is Mitch has an opportunity. That's all I can believe in my heart and soul.
It's not all on Mitch.
Ryan Pace did not sit down face-to-face, man-to-man with Deshaun Watson and talk to him. Now, I just want to clarify one thing about Watson in the audio tape. He says the Bears he talked to. He didn't say GM Ryan Pace he talked to. So I don't get how you're doing your job, Ryan Pace, and not meeting with Deshaun Watson. If he got a phone call, that's not good enough.
I mean, I have a phone here.
So I had no idea Chicago was going to pick me. Like, I was just as surprised as everyone else. And so actually the funny draft story was that I never got a call.
I mean, I have a phone here.
But,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? And that Greg guy, Greg guy, man.
Greg Braggs.
He's a backstabber, bro.
No. Come on. Will, you're. Well, why do you say that, Will?
He said that. Oh yeah, you know, I like your positivity, Cap, and I know Chris and Abdallah does this and that, and I know you guys be hanging out with Emma Soldier and everything, and then this
That's
guy
true. Yeah.
goes off like that. I mean, come on, Bragg. I'm actually stopped following him on Twitter.
Oh, don't do that. Well, Will, we appreciate the phone call.
Thank you.
Good luck cleaning the rest of the bathroom the rest of the night.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you always listening, and call again, okay, man?
Hey, you fucking cunt. 100 proof is no fucking rules.
And that's why we did this show, to get the fan to a better level.
And we got a great thing going here, and they fucking hate us because they ain't us. Turn your volume up.
Yeah.
Bears Barroom, 100 proof.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Nah. A Bears Barroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Barroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, no matter if the Bears win or lose. Yo, first, the smartest man, no tweets he's ever missing. Impossible, the mission, call out frauds with precision. A Bears 100 proof, these cases number one is aura. Slaying dumb tweets, cross-eyed like Contora. Never one to back down, should be calling a fraud. Our dumbest tweets of the week, the mailman goes all out. Cheers, Bears fans. The fire Puerto Rican barkeeping for Chicagoland. He's the godfather, the one, the real producer, always keeping the show together with the voice that will seduce. Let's get down to Firefox, the old timer never stops. IDA draft, small scraps, Barkeep takes the shots. Barflies appreciated worldwide. Canada, Scotland, England, Brazil, Mexico, and Dubai. Dr. Phil is the guy, the one to realize that the barroom needed a show with an endless soup supply. Go big coat for the narrative on color, brought the Jasons, get paid for Mitchell, now I'm the usher. Standing up for the truth, 100 proof with the guys. Almost burned off the show, but I came back for the barflies. Flies. Fuck a fraud in his keyboard, Twitter, tough guys surround us. Raining truth on the Bears worldwide, barflies astound us. This is the number one pod, that's the reality of the truth. And if you don't know us by now, Bears 100 proof. A Bears Barroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Barroom, They're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof.
100
No matter if the Bears win or lose.
The NFC North 2018 Division Champions.
They're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof. Even if the Bears win or lose. You know MC for Bears on rules. They're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof. No matter if the Bears win or lose.
And they win the NFC North.
You know you got to feel it. You got to feel it.
Cheers, Bears fans! This is Bears 100 Proof. And you just heard at the top of the show another fabulous Johnny the Tooch Santucci Open. He wins the Emmy for Producer of the Year. My God, that guy works his ass off for 100 Proof, and we are indebted to him. My name is Aldo Gandia. I serve the drinks in this raucous, rowdy Roadhouse bar. But don't you worry, the stars of our show are here. They are, of course, Draft Dr. Phil Latoshan, Shane, the smartest man in Barroom Marsaw, and where is he? There he is.
I'm back.
He's putting the quarters in a friggin' modem.
Yeah. You know what he was doing.
Yeah, I am. Thank you very much. No, I'm getting on my Bears Barroom swag. Thank you very much. It was in the wash.
The swag, man.
Looked around for this shirt all day.
We have quite the show for you tonight. In about 15 minutes, we're expected to be joined by Bears defensive lineman John Jenkins. We also have the debut of Dan the Dirty Bear. This is really stupid, guys.
Somebody's going to jail, I think.
We also have the debut of a new Draft Dr. Phil song, and it's going to be unbelievable. And we also have our regular weekly feature that the whole world is talking about, Shane Marsaw's Tweets of the Week. Guys, how are you doing? Who should I begin with first? Phil!
Holy
shit. How you doing,
That's
bro?
2 straight weeks, right?
Is it? Somebody's counting.
I don't know. I think you went to Greg last week.
Well, it's been 821 shows. I'm just glad our network, the vision that we had is coming to fruition.
13 seconds in, first shot taken.
I don't give 2 fucks. Anyway, I just don't. It's pathetic. The copycat league in the NFL. I guess it happens in podcasting as well. That's
I respect your opinion, Phil. I take it into consideration every time.
Yeah. I'm working on a song about Matt Miller. What was the dude who had the weird hair from ESPN and I did the song about him? What was his
Mike
name?
North? Oh, no, I'm kidding. Like, yeah, I love your hair.
Mike North has he's got some direction confusion, that guy. Tell him I said hello.
The guy with the crazy hair on ESPN?
Yeah, what was his name? Remember,
Tom
he's
Waddle?
always bashing the Bears. He's always
Tom Waddle's got some crazy ass hair lately.
God, I did it to Rock and Roll. One of the barflies should know it. Rock and roll. Oh my God.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't remember his name, but he looks like Charlie Brown. Remember, he has the comb.
Oh, yeah.
What's
He
his
blocked
name?
me. It's
He's blocking everybody. That was
Bill Barnwell.
Bill Barnwell.
He's got the sweet
Ryan
ass.
Cox.
He's got the sweet ass comb over. Like in another 17 years, Bragg's gonna have the same exact one. See how his hair's receding back in that hat right there. See that, Phil?
Hey, my hair's getting gray. Thank you very much.
Look at this
But I'm
guy.
gonna keep it rocking.
Get that. He's got the widow's peak thing going on.
He got rid of the murder
I don't.
den. He's now in the man cave. Look at him.
He
He's got
is.
his man cave back.
He's got.
I haven't shaved in That's right. Well, I've had it up. This is just a different wall in the U-Haul truck, as the chat room likes to call it. I just turned the camera to the left side of the wall so you guys would shut up about my U-Haul truck.
So I did a Barnwell song. I did a Lock and Fora song. We haven't heard that in a while.
I know.
And tonight I'm gonna unveil the next hater of Bears and just analysis, football acumen in general. In Peter Bukowski's song is coming out tonight. But I do have to do a Matt Miller song because I think he's got more dumbest tweets than anybody combined, even La Canfora, who was on a dumbest tweets winning streak for a while. So, yes, I think that was Zach Bradley who asked me. So, yeah, we're going to do a Matt Miller song. I'm actually going to do a Matt Miller song to somebody, the first person in Patreon. They get to decide the song that.
Whoa, nice.
How about that?
I
How about
like
that,
that.
Aldo? The first one. Don't forget. We got to see the receipt.
Greg is writing it down right now. Look at him.
Look at him. Look at him.
I'm riding away. I got some good advice from the chat. Somebody commented in the YouTube saying, Greg, you should copy and paste your comments from the chat instead of having to write everything down. And I was like, oh, that's a good idea. But unfortunately, it won't let me. If I hold on to a comment, it just says either block or report. And if I'm going to be reporting comments from our show, I'll be spending all night doing it from half the shit being put in the comments.
That's part
I
of the
can
job,
see
bro.
the comments now. And I'm proud to say
That's a bad thing. Then you're distracted.
They don't distract me. Because Aldo puts them up. See? PFF is mad.
It makes your shout-outs 30% longer than they originally
I haven't even
were.
done shout-outs yet.
Last
How about
week.
that?
You had to remind him, Braggs. Way to
Last
go.
week. You didn't even show up for the show last Saturday's show.
Yeah.
We missed you.
Listen, you guys just call a freaking Blitzkrieg show. You don't even wait. You
That's
don't
how
even
we
wait for
roll.
the expert analysis. Well, the chat was probably running wild. No one to control it.
It was seamless. Aldo's like, should I send a notice to Braggs? I'm like, we don't need that fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. My daughter's arm was broken.
Oh wow!
And Shane and Phil yesterday are crying to me about, oh wow, Greg hasn't called us in days. He probably hates us. And don't even call me when my daughter's arm is broke, or so we thought.
I texted you.
We all texted you, Greg. You're just very unbearable with your voicemail is full box.
Yeah, you're that guy.
Is he hot in his mic?
Who, me?
I'm a little close. Maybe I'm a little close. I
your
can back it up.
S's are as hot as freaking my
Man,
wife.
I might be
right
talking a little. I felt like
He's
yesterday.
He's got that not from Chicago, thinks he's from Chicago lisp going on. That's part of the region.
You are not. This is a whole.
Don't get Lady Bear
show.
going on this.
I listened to your show.
Oh, that was.
Don't listen to Lady Bear and Harp. They'll go all day. Yeah. Harp 4803 thinks I'm allowed to say I'm from Chicago because the region is considered Chicagoland area, but most people from Chicago would be very offended by that. But unfortunately, I make the rules.
In Indiana. That's like me saying I'm from New York. And I'm in
No, we are
Connecticut.
not claimed by Indiana. We are the forgotten child of Indiana.
I'm just glad we're 22 minutes in. We haven't had Acevedo on talking about a T-shirt yet.
Hey, we all got him on. Shout out to you, Swag Man.
I'm kidding.
Swag Man. We're getting a big swag upgrade. So that's going to be good. And
shout out to
new
Acevedo
graphic.
for stepping up and getting the Smartest Man logo figured out.
We're going to have a Smartest Man t-shirt.
Stepping up in the pocket.
For the upstate New York fans.
That's what Sandlin said. You're from upstate Connecticut.
I'm from middle of the state, Connecticut. I don't want to give, my address. I don't want my baller pad out there, Shane.
Yeah, but Phil, yours can be a baller pad. You pay your own mortgage.
Yes.
You don't wait for your dad to pay it every month.
Yes, I'm proud of that.
That light on you, Shane, looks a little porn.
Hot.
Yeah, a little hot, as they say.
It's as low as it'll go. I don't know. Let me turn it off.
Are you right now starting to sweat with a hat and a fucking sun lamp on you?
I know he's got a winter hat.
Got to back up a little bit, maybe.
Oh.
All these guys got professional lighting in the mail. I just brought my lamp from upstairs down and took the shade off. Which I think is very.
Actually, Jenny carried it down. Jenny took the shade off. Jenny plugged it in.
Yes,
Jenny
I don't
turned
want
it
any
on.
accountability if something goes wrong. What if something breaks, Shane? Then whose fault it is? It's my
Jenny's.
fault.
It's Jenny's. Right. Jenny's and Barb's.
Don't blame Jenny.
So
you keep Barb out of your mouth.
There's some people who want to know who is Barb, because Shane is always making references to Barb.
We need a Barb graphic.
Yeah, who is she, Shane? Who is Barb?
A whole segment.
Barb is my side piece at Barb.
Now remember, it was Mother's Day on Sunday, so you can be nice for one time to Barb.
I did. I told her I loved her. My mother's name is Barb, and Greg's mother's name is also Barb. So the Barb I'm talking about is Greg's mother, because she's in love with me.
Makes this whole love endeavor even weirder.
Yes,
that your mom's name is Barb too.
Well, you could go after Barb now, right?
And even more extreme to that is my wife's mom's name is Barb.
Oh no!
There you go. There's two Barb.
There's literally nobody named Barb anymore. There might be a few. Like being born, not saying not living in existence now. I'm just saying any being born, how many would you say are being named Barb?
Probably 0. I would guess.
You don't want to say 0, then you're going to hurt the one Barb that's listening that just,
I don't know how many.
There's probably more than one.
It's really Barbara.
Yeah, that's my mom's
more
name.
of a 80s like.
Is it Barbara Ann, like the song?
My mother's name is Barbara Gale.
For Sayers.
After Gail Sayers?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I was born on Walter Payton's birthday. She was named after Gail Sayers. Yeah, it's all good. Time frame doesn't work out there at all, but it sounds good for the show.
Well, what can you do?
We are just a few minutes away from John Jenkins joining us. And as always, we're going to introduce him in the Bears Barroom style. Draft Dr. Phil has been busily working not only on his debut song, but our intros. He did the promotion, the video promotion. Nice work, Phil. You've been
you like that one?
Yeah, you're doing great work, man. Unlike a couple of people I know here at the Barroom.
And there he is, one of them.
What?
That should be a perfect drop. What do you?
The funny thing is that John has joined us, but
there he is.
There he is. There's John Jenkins. Oh my God!
What's up?
Look at this.
Somebody's working out, I think.
This guy's still.
No, that's in the garage.
Oh,
don't worry. You're like
it's a little
Greg.
breezy up here, so I normally come up here during the evening.
Nice.
Where are you at? Where are you at right now? Are you in down south? Are you in Florida?
John, can you hear Phil? He's asking where are you at? Are you down in Florida?
Oh yeah, I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
There you go.
There you go. Who's better than you? Could he hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, let me turn that AC off.
Can he only hear you, Aldo?
I don't know. I don't think so. You guys talk. Well, I'm going to remove my.
Say something, Phil.
John, can you hear me on your end? I don't think he can hear me.
Aldo.
I think he only can hear Aldo.
Can you hear Shane?
John,
yeah, I can hear everybody.
Oh, you can. Okay. All right.
I felt like you were just ignoring me. Like I was a woman at the club. I was trying to hook up with a woman at the club, and they were ignoring me.
Phil, I can't hear you, Phil.
You can't hear me?
Oh,
can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
He can't hear me.
That's weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have you send me how that I can make that work on my end, John. I'm sick of listening to Phil every day.
Why is it only me? You can't hear?
What kind of phone you using, man? I gotta get that.
John, consider yourself very lucky. I'll work on that problem. And meanwhile, let's see if you can hear your introduction. Here it goes.
Barflies, rise up from your seats in the pandemic for this former Maloney High School Spartan in my hometown of Meriden, Connecticut. This guy took his 6'4", 330-pound frame to the University of Georgia and became a Bulldog. The nose tackle was drafted in the 3rd round by the New Orleans Saints, playing for 4 seasons before moving on to Seattle, the Bears, the Giants, and then last season with the Miami Dolphins. Yes, this guy gets around. And we like it because he also has a knack for getting around offensive linemen. The prodigal sons returns, not only to the Bears, but to this show. 100 proof. Barflies, give it up for friend of the show and friend of the bar room, a man who will destroy game plans on Sundays in the fall, if there's football. It's Big John Jenkins.
There you go, John. How do you like that?
It was good, man. It was good. I like it.
Where did Phil fuck up? Because he produced that, so any fuck ups belong to him.
You can tell him anything you want. He can't hear you, John. Go ahead.
He just hit the whole if there's football. Like, you don't want to put that bad juju out
That's
there.
right.
I know. What the hell?
You don't need that bad karma out there at all.
Yeah, if there's football.
See, the problem is that Phil goes home every night. He curls up into a little ball because he's afraid of the COVID. Phil, speak and see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Could he hear me now?
If he's talking, I can't hear him.
Yeah.
No, can't hear him. Not weird.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, Phil.
Greg, can you hear Phil?
I can hear Phil. John, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Well, I'm in my garage just like you. Maybe Phil needs to get in his garage.
How am I the only one he can't hear? That is the weird.
That is weird. Well,
my questions could be relayed to you.
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Send them to Greg. Send your questions to Greg. Yeah, we can see you. Send your questions.
I'll ask them, and then you ask them. That'll be funny.
All right. So I'm gonna start.
You're my voice tonight.
I can't even see it. I can't see any of y'all.
Yo, he's gonna pull.
No, it feels weird, man. I feel like I'm just looking at myself doing a selfie.
How about now?
Oh, no.
See us all?
Yeah, we all
I'm
see.
the best selfie guy, so I just
We see you fine. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
we figure that part out.
We could have him pop back in.
But anyways, I'll kick it off
want
here.
me to go out and come back in now, though?
No, let's I think we better continue because I'm not sure this is a problem we can fix right on the fly. So let's get our interview underway, and I'll turn it over to Shane and ask your first question, please.
Hey, John, this is Shane Marshall. Thanks for coming on. Just how did everything develop again with Chicago? Is it something that you kind of knew way back early on in free agency, or did it just open up, on a whim, or what went on there?
Well, I mean, it kind of caught me off guard, to be honest. Chicago and I, when we parted ways, man, it was always, good. It was good. We left on good terms.
Yeah.
But and Jay Roger, the D-line coach out, man, him and I, we always remain in contact with one another. And the guys who were in the room, Eddie Goldman, Roy, Keem Hicks, all those guys. Bilal, when Bilal came in, he was under my wing. Ab. So all those guys, Nick Williams, all those guys, we still remain in contact. And Jay Rogers, he still gave me advice and stuff through as I was passing through the Giants in Miami. So, but even with that being said, for them to reach out was kind of I didn't expect it, but I'm happy that they did.
Yeah.
How does the transition from being out in COVID and being in a pandemic, how does your agent work the phones? Is it just people calling you to get to this point and return to the Bears, or is it more you're going and heating all these GMs' offers? Is it something like that?
John, Bill just asked how this is working for your agent, having to deal with the COVID epidemic and contacting teams and so forth.
Well, I mean, it's like any other way. Like your agent is your liaison. You hire him to communicate. Excuse me, I'm turning this TV down. You talk to your agent. Your agent talks to to whatever team that get in contact with them. So, regardless of the COVID, the pandemic going on right now, it wasn't really a situation where we couldn't communicate with one another. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And let me ask you this: what now that you are a member of the Chicago Bears, there's a new defensive coordinator, Chuck Pagano is there. You had Vic Fangio when you were with the team before. Have you looked at the playbook, and is it familiar to what you were exposed to before, or is this a whole new learning curve for you?
No, it's familiar, man. The playbook is similar to what I remember when I was here before. And Jay Rodgers is just a good coach where he can coach you and like make things like refresh your memory. If anything is new or there's a new responsibility in like a base defense or a nickel front or whatever the case is, he has that way of where he can teach it so it can correlate to something that you already knew, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Could John see me, Aldo?
Yeah. Phil,
you can hear me. You can
I can hear
me
you now, Phil.
Oh my God, we're back.
Wasn't that fun?
It's a miracle.
Wasn't that the best 5 minutes?
Clap for that one, right?
First of all, this guy is a Meriden kid who grew up and just kept growing and then goes to Georgia, of all places. How does that happen? Take us back there. I know on the first show you did this, but listen, not a lot of kids come out of Meriden, Connecticut and go to the SEC. What was that decision, first of all, for you, and how did you decide on Georgia?
To speed things up, it was just one of those things where, I mean, to even getting out of Meriden, bro, like, going to junior college, because at that time that was the only offer I had. I didn't even know anything about like playing in college or anything of that nature. Remember the Governor's Cup, right, Phil? So I was invited to the Governor's Cup, and next you know, guy come up to me like, yo, listen, you can play, you can continue on your football career if you want to. And I'm like, yeah, why not? So I end up at this junior college, Mississippi Gulf Coast. Want to give a big shout out to them, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't even be seen or anything, because they took the first chance on me. But Georgia. So when I got to picking in the process of choosing my schools, it came to a point where I started bringing these schools to Meriden. Like, Phil, I don't know if you know, but if you talk to some of the guys like Donnie Miletto, who was running the Boys and Girls Club at the time, I brought Arkansas, and I made those guys, Coach Rick, I forgot who was the coach at the time, but a lot of coaches, Ole Miss, a lot of those guys come up, and they came to the Boys and Girls Club, and they came to Eliano's on West Main Street, because my mom was working out. Yeah, she was working at Hunter. So I made these schools fly up to Meriden so they can see where I was from. But it just became a business at that point, where I needed to go to a program where the coaches was there longer than 2 years or whatever the case is, that they had stability. I was looking for stability where I can pretty much get my name out there to move on to the next phase.
Unbelievable story.
John, you mentioned the name earlier when I was talking to you about the Bears in Eddie Goldman, and he's been somebody that I think he's one of the most underrated players in the entire NFL. We've had Kyle Long on talking about how strong he is and just how he's, just insane, talking about his hand strength even, and just, how big he is. Can you speak on Eddie Goldman a little bit? I mean, he's still so young. I mean, he's got the respect from the Bears. The contract shows that. But can you speak on his game a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, Eddie, if I had to give Eddie a nickname, I'd call him like the silent assassin. Like Eddie really, he doesn't talk. And I think that's the reason why you use the term like one of the most underrated. Like you say he's the most underrated because he's not really a loud person. Like Eddie's just a player. He just played the game. He does his job. You know what I mean? He enjoyed doing it. But he's not one of those person that's gonna give you that hoorah, that off the field trouble or off the field like, man, I'm, he's just not one of those guys. Like he's just man, like I'm a player. That's how he is. That's how Eddie is. He's just a straight player. And he just have that natural instinct.
Your passion for the game has never been in question for me. Your opportunity to play in this league has been somewhat, I don't even know how to explain it, because when I look at your tape, I see the potential to be a Pro Bowl football player. That's not me blowing smoke up your ass right now. That's just the reality. So how much does politics play into a player like you who's bouncing around trying to find their place? And, you could use a guy like Nick Williams who was here and you left. And I said it on the show then, I thought you made this roster. Shane had you making the roster. Aldo had you making the roster. We were all shocked that you didn't make the final roster. And then you go to the Giants, then the Dolphins. So now you're back. Is it like politics, or is it, the talent that's going to reign supreme? And I'll double this and you can speak on it. I don't know if you've met Coach Pagano or have had any history with the guy, but I think his understanding of defense is going to use you differently than a Vic Fangio. Speak on it.
Well, I mean, and with that being said, boss, I can only use the phrase that we throw around in the league so many times. We'll say, you only can control what you can control. So, I mean, like sometimes, man, you're in a situation where, somebody like you more than the other. And you just never know what the situation is or who's making the decision. Only thing you can do is like when last time I was in Meriden and we saw each other, I was working out.
Right.
Like, so, I mean, that's the only thing I can do is just pretty much just try to state my presence, regardless of if I'm playing that week or, if I'm not playing that week. I mean, I feel like when I do get the opportunity, I try to make the best of it. And, I'm a hard worker. I'm a team player. So, I mean, the teams that I played on, those guys see that. But even so, I can only control what I can control. So, I mean, I don't know how far politics play into a situation, but all I know is that I just, at that point, walk by faith. And as long as I know I gave and I did what I was able to do to prepare myself, I'm good.
Was there any reservations coming back to Chicago, or are you excited? I know you can answer this too. With Coach Pagano being the defensive coordinator, is there any history there? Have you spoke to him? Was there any reservations coming back to Chicago who let you go?
Oh man, listen, Coach P, man. We spoke, we speak all the time. I mean, as far as like when we have our meetings and whatnot, man, great dude. I haven't had the opportunity to to meet him in person, with everything going on. But far as like having our meetings and whatnot, man, we joke around. He had the opportunity. He asked me a question that I respect a lot. Wanted to know some things about me and asked me what I dealt with. What type of adversity I dealt with being in the league. And when a coach want to know their player, man, that means a lot, and especially me going in my 8th year, it shows that he has interest in you. Like he sees you, when a coach sees a player, that player plays that much harder for that coach because he knows that coach sees him. So if that makes sense.
That does make sense. I talk about it a lot. The difference between, the team is a reflection of the head coach, but the coordinators are an extension of the defense, including yourself. And when someone acknowledges your efforts, your talents, and can walk step for step, I'm not saying they're going to, push you to the extent of, being your boy. They're going to push you to the extent of recognizing who you are, what you can do. I think the best coaches challenge their players, but at the same time respect. And if you have that, you're going to work that much harder. And I know this man, I know there's thousands of barflies around the world tuning in and responding in there, but I could say this, and this isn't because he's here. Shane knows how I feel about this guy. Like I said, I keep it 100 on this show. That's why we call it 100 proof. And I just think, wow, I was so excited you came back.
I texted him, John, when the news broke. I'm like, dude, guess what? He's like, what? What's up? I'm like, Big John's back. And he's like, John Jenkins? I said, yeah.
I
was
at the
bullshit. Bullshit.
I texted John right away. I was right, John. I was at the
park.
Yeah,
he did.
I'm like, look, I'm showing him my son's doing the karaoke drill. And John's like, that's right, I'm back. And then John's, giving a coaching point about Tate's karaoke. That's the kind of guy this guy is. The Bears are getting. Let me just ask this question. Then you, Shane, you were here before. Now you're here now. I know it's on paper, but you got Akeem Hicks, you got Eddie Goldman, you got you, Roy Robertson Harris, you got Khalil Mack, Robert Quinn. How much that front is that better than what you were here the last time in your mind? And keep it 100.
I mean, as we got a lot of guys who work hard, man, and you know what? And I'm not a real big fan on the names. I just look at the guys and their efforts, and even so, with these guys, no disrespect to Khalil and Quinn or whatever. Great, hardworking guys. I never met them myself. Never met them personally, but obviously we know who these guys are. But even the guys who was here before them, man, they worked hard. Just as hard as these guys, obviously. But they just, things didn't go in their favor. So I mean, with that being said, man, it's just the nucleus on this defense, man. It's just I don't see it changing. I just see it evolving, and I haven't been in this room yet. So all I know is the names.
Right.
So. But I do know when I was here before, man, these dudes worked hard. Leonard, man, shout out to Leonard, man. He was a big hard worker. McPhee was out here. He was a hard worker. Lamar, all these guys work hard, man. It just things didn't work out in their favor. But, with Quinn, Mac, and all the accolades that they have, Hicks, Big Hicks, that's my bro right there, man. From New Orleans to, to Chicago, Big Hicks, man. And all these guys. But it's just – I just know one thing: the people that's in this room is meant to be in this room, and I know if you're in this room that you're a hard worker.
John, with you being back in Chicago, are the wheels big enough on your Jeep when winter hits?
Oh yeah, man.
On Instagram, man. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I got a couple 40s, man. A couple 40-inch tires, man. I got caught in a couple of situations in Chicago, but it wasn't too bad, though.
You're a big car guy in general, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Big car guy, man. Big car guy.
So what's your number one?
My baby, man. I named her Victoria. It's a R33 GTR, straight from Japan, a Skyline.
Nice. Real nice. Are you going to be showing that in Chicago a little bit, or do you keep that?
You know what? I was just talking to a couple of buddies not too long ago. And I was thinking about it, but man, all that salt.
Yeah, right. That's why I brought it up.
And
I don't blame you.
Potholes, man. It's and then if something goes down on this car, man, I got to order from Japan because that car is, I'm like, man, you know what?
Yeah, just ask Roquan about that. He crashed his car in Highlands Hall parking lot when he got a half an inch of snow.
Oh, really? Wow.
Another Georgia boy there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. We everywhere, man. Georgia, UGA, man. Big shout out, man. UGA, we everywhere.
You got a lot of Bulldogs on this roster. Ryan Pace is a big fan of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Man, he know what he's getting, man. We workaholics, man. We have a good time and workaholics, man.
If you look at this team and the inside linebackers right there, talk a little bit about Danny Trevathan for the fan out there. You've played with this guy. You're in there. I would say or think between him and Akeem Hicks, they're the defensive voices, we'll say, leaders. Talk a little bit about Danny Trevathan returning and how that affects you and what kind of football player he is for the Bears.
I mean, DT is man, he's a heck of a back, man. One thing about being a D lineman, man, everybody has to do their job. So with that being said, having a linebacker that's going to shoot the gap, and get guys off you, allow you just to be real. I mean, just to take things to another level. You're not dealing with 600 pounds all the time because Big Hicksy, a lot of people try to go out his way.
Right,
two guys on him at once. So when you got a guy like Khalil Mack coming off the edge, and you got DT shooting the gap, it's just kind of tough for old lineman just to take Big Hicks by himself. So I mean, having DT in that backfield, man, it's a big plus, man. Especially he also a guy who's going to run sideline to sideline, and that's also like, man, you can't find a lot of those. Can't find a lot of guys who are going to shoot the gap, run sideline to sideline, and also a good cover back. So I mean, he's an all for one package.
John, you were here 1 year while Trubisky was here when he was brought in. Can you speak on? I'm not going to ask you to get into the quarterback competition or anything like that, but can you speak on what type of a teammate Mitch was, how he was behind the scenes and in the locker room, even as a rookie back when you were here?
Well, Mitch behind the scenes, man, he was a worker, but he was also he was like a student to the game. I always watched him like he was always with the OC, and he was always trying to find his place. He was always taking in knowledge, talking to his O-line. He was a guy that was trying to figure it out. He was catching on quick, but as a quarterback, man, you're getting handed everything all on one plate. So for him being a rookie coming in, man, he was taking it all in and taking that pressure in. And I don't know how he is now. I haven't been, but I'm pretty sure he evolved. He excelled from his rookie year till now. And I can only just imagine the things he's gonna do this season. But when he was a rookie, man, he's just taking in all the knowledge, and you can't ask for a better quarterback for a person who just sit back, don't say much, know his place, and just absorbing, just being a sponge.
I do this video series, The Tape Never Lies, which it doesn't. And how often, in your experience in the NFL, obviously you haven't worked with Coach Pagano yet, but how often? But you've worked with Coach Rodgers, who's one of the most respected defensive line coaches in the National Football League. So, how much do those coaches look at the tape with you guys and hold loafing and technique and preach it over and over and hold you accountable? Talk about that.
Man, like I said, I haven't worked with Coach P hands-on yet, but Coach J, man, when I was with Coach J, I felt like I was in football 101. The way how he just just take the whole game apart, one play, and the way how he breaks it down to you, it's it amazes me. How he's so technique savvy. I felt like when I was with him, and he'll tell you to this day, I remember when I was released from Chicago, I hit Coach J up during the offseason. I'm like, yo, Coach J, man, what's up with some of them techniques, right? Because that's the type of relationship we had. And he started laughing. He's like, man, I can't tell you, because obviously he was coaching with the Bears and whatnot, and that was his thing. But even with that being said, man, he was just he's just a savvy guy that makes you want to just be under him. Like, man, hey, what you think about this? You can talk football. Yeah. Even when I'm on the meeting, 10 minutes before the meetings, he's like, man, he's just in the meeting waiting for us to get in, and then he just start talking, man, what you think about this? What you think about that? Oh, what's up, guys? What you think about this? He's just a football savvy. He's like a nerd for football. It's just when football comes up, he's there. He's all locked in.
Now, does he yell at, Akeem and Eddie as much as he would yell at Roy, Rob, and you? Or he
don't yell. Coach J don't yell, but he talks to everybody the same. He holds everybody accountable, and that's one thing I think. Now that you asked that question, I think that's one of the biggest reasons on why I have so much respect for Coach J, because of the fact that he don't care who you are. if you got to hit this A gap and the technique for the A gap is to do this and that, he's gonna say that to the most high player in the room, and even the rookie. I remember my first time being there. It was a tough training camp for me, and Coach Jay pulled me to the side like, man, listen, like you can be on this team, but this is what I expect from you, and this is what I want you to do. And at that point, I was at a crossroads, right. I just got released from the Saints, and things was like a little hazy. Because once you with a team for so many years, and then things change, then it's a crossroad if you don't have that person to guide you through it. And I think Jay was like that person. I went to Seattle and I was just there. But when I got to Chicago, Jay he came in like, yo, listen, he just was coaching me, and he didn't know anything about me, but he was talking to me like he was talking to Hicks. Talking to me like he was talking to, the next person. So Jay, he's X's and O's. He's fundamental. Like, he's real technique savvy, football savvy.
Well, it shows on the tape. I mean, you watch the Chicago Bears play football. I mean, I criticize and analyze at the same time. I always joke about that. But when you watch the Chicago Bears defense play football, that's why I think it's a goddamn joke when I see people saying they're going to be the 31st team in the power rankings and all this bullshit. And I look at this defense that has been coached to the extent of technique, and they're just constantly getting to their assignment and their gap and using there's nothing to complain about. The only thing that's held them back, obviously, is getting turnovers and having the offense not be productive in red zone situations or situational football. But the defense is the last thing that anybody should be concerned about. And when I look at you getting into this mix here, you got a real big opportunity here. I know I preached to you at the gym that time, but I really mean it. And look at how God works, man. You're back here with the Bears. You're in the position to do something that I believe. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps talking to you because I feel truly behind this, that God works in mysterious ways, and you are supposed to be there with this team. And they had a letdown that was beyond arrogance, whatever they thought. But you are one of those pieces of positivity, because if you don't love the game of football, then you're done. Your team's done. Your career is done. You see it. You've seen it. So to be so vulnerable, look at that, Greg, using Dr. Tiff. He's been so vulnerable, saying he was in Seattle and still heartbroken that this team that drafted you let you go, and you're like, wow, these new coaches, this is not a game that I love. You go through that, and then to be overcoming that and love the game of football, that's where you are, and that's why you're with this Bears team. I mean, I am going to be the loudest rooter for you there is, and I'm sure all these fans are agreeing with me and what I have to say to you, because it truly is so ironic that you're back, and I'm so excited about you being back there.
Yeah, I'm excited too, man. I've been doing some things a little different this off season, so just ready.
I saw you working out today. Who you were with? Jabal?
Well, no, that was yesterday. And now we're starting to get into like the into the football portion of it. It's kind of tough, man, because you don't know what's going on, and this whole pandemic is serious. Like I turned my whole garage into like a damn gym. Like going on a scavenger hunt trying to find gym equipment was crazy. Like I felt like it was Easter. So it's just like, man. But now with things, working with Deuce, got a couple of guys out there. He keep a small little group, and everything's all football specific, huh?
6 feet apart.
Oh yeah. The ladders, the damn ladder long, bro. And I think right now in our favor is good. The ladders are long, because you don't want to be right behind the person. You all tired trying to shuffle. So,
hey John, I got a real serious question for you, and then after that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg Braggs, who's been monitoring our chat room where we've got hundreds of people. I can't
hear you, boss.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
geez. Oh,
you want me to translate?
I can't hear you. It went out.
He's got a bunch of questions for you. He's got a serious question for you.
Can you hear me, John?
Yeah, we're good now. We're good.
Okay, good. Here's my serious question, and then I'm going to turn it over to Greg, who's got questions from the chat room. My question is, I know that you love to hit opposing quarterbacks and running backs. I want to know about the time that you hit somebody so damn hard that you could smell the shit coming out of his ass.
Okay, I got one. I was thinking about this past season, but I got one. I think I want to say 2015. We were playing the Falcons. It was the last game of the season, and it was the fourth quarter. I think it was like 2 minutes. I want to say 2 minutes or 1 minute on the clock to finish the game. And we was in, and they were in the red, about to score, and I caught Devontae Freeman. He planted that foot and getting ready to go. He was like inches, and man, I just laid it all out on it. I felt like Shark from Any Given Sunday on that play. I hit him, and he literally dropped the football. You know, shout out to Devontae, man, that's the homie. He dropped the football, and I recovered a fumble, and Drew went down to score so we could win the game. But I remember like it was yesterday. I'm looking, I'm like, yo, like what just happened? Like everybody's just bodies. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that he's laying right in front of me. And I see the ball, and I just grab it, like thinking I don't know what's going on. But something just told me to grab the football, and it was a fumble recovery because he just dropped the ball when I hit him.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Greg, I am turning it over to you. I know you've got probably a dozen or so questions because we got a very active chat room. So you and John can talk here.
Yeah, we definitely do. Everybody's excited to have you back, John. Welcome back to the Bears, of course. I was the fan that would be screaming at you guys from the stands in Bourbonnais. Unfortunately, no longer training.
You can't hear him?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I was getting ready to change my smoke alarm. That's my the fire alarm thing.
Yeah, the beeping. We heard it. I didn't change mine for like a whole year.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just saw the say who fire alarm is chirping.
No, I was gonna say, normally I was the fan in the stands at Bourbonnais yelling at you guys at training camp, but
you can't hear him.
We good?
Okay.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, are you happy that they've moved the training camp facilities now to Bourbonnais or to Hallis Hall and not in Bourbonnais anymore? Uh-oh.
Are you happy that they've moved the training camp to Hallis Hall instead of Bourbonnais? Because Greg was one of those crazy goons yelling at you in Bourbonnais. So he wants to know.
You know what? I didn't even know they moved training camp.
Yeah.
We're
giving you an update. Do we have?
I didn't even know. Wow. Okay.
So now you're at.
All right. Well, give us your live reaction to that news.
We're giving you information.
All right. So I'm gonna tell you one thing. Because of when you break camp, you get an opportunity to you build your house for your own recovery. You know what I mean? You have all the facility is made, like they have state-of-the-art facilities for you to be able to recover your body the best way you can, for you to feel comfortable and et cetera, et cetera. And then your house, you have your bed, you want your comfy bed and you want all that stuff so you want to have a good sleep at night. So, I mean, I love the fans at Bourbonnais. We had when I was there, it was a lot of love. It was packed. Every time we had like a practice where the fans were there, it was packed, like it was sold out. But I mean, it's not a bad thing being able to go back to Hallis Hall because it allows you to be able to utilize all the facilities that they provide, and that's a critical time. I mean, training camp is a big deal that's like a make it or break it for a lot of people.
So, can you hear me now, John?
I can't hear somebody's talking.
John, since have you seen the revamped Hallis Hall since you've been gone? They've like totally expanded it and added, multi-million-dollar expansion and all new locker rooms, weight room, everything. Have you seen any of that?
Nah, man. No, I didn't. I seen all the little rendering shows and stuff like that. They were showing what it was being built, but
yep.
I ain't see anything. And that goes for the Saints too. I felt like I was bad luck. Every time I left the team, they get all these new equipment. Even with Georgia, it started with Georgia. They get an indoor facility, and we were the only SEC team with no indoor facility. So I'm excited for that.
Nice.
Hey, Bear Truth number 9 has this question. What does he see in Roquan Smith on the field in practice and during the game? Talk to us about his work ethic, his personality, leadership skills, anything that you can share about Roquan with our followers.
To give an honest answer, I haven't been with Roquan that long, but the time that I was with him, his work ethic is there. He works. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's hard to be able to do what he does and at a high level and to continue to do it week in and week out. So I mean, there has to be some type of work ethic there. But for what I've seen, he's a hard worker. He's very smart. He's a smart linebacker. He's a vocal guy too. When I was there, it was his rookie year, and I saw him, like I can see the potential of him developing into that leader, that middle linebacker leader of the greats. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's the best answer I can give you, an honest, non-political correct answer. But I saw the potential when I was there, and I can only imagine that, I'm right when I go back, that he's that guy I thought he was going to be.
Anthony Walker has this question. He wants to know, have you ever hit Nick Foles, and what was that like?
Have I ever? Man, listen, I haven't got to a lot of quarterbacks. I'm going to just be honest. A couple quarterbacks I hit, penalties and whatnot, so I never got into a lot of quarterbacks. I think this one year I got the Tom Brady, and I didn't even get the chance to put my hands on him for that sack. I had to go through an O-lineman to throw him on top of Tom Brady. So I never got a chance to hit Nick Foles. And
well, you'll have your chance to hit him in practice and Tom Brady during a game.
Nah.
He doesn't want to get kicked off the roster.
Right.
Touching a quarterback out.
Brother?
I got to help this guy. He's Puerto Rican from Chicago, shooting rats. And he thinks it's okay.
Are you excited, man? I can tell you really excited. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, when I played football, I was on the schoolyard playground and there was glass on the floor.
Oh man, yeah. All right.
He knows about that, man.
John, have they given you like a weight that they want you to come in at, or where? You said you've changed some things up this offseason. Is that including your playing weight, or what you want it to be?
Yeah, man. I mean, when I came in last time, I was there, and I think that year was like a trend for me, in the low 20s. So, and that year I was like 317, and I think that was the lowest I ever been in my football career, and I felt good. I felt great. So now I'm just like, you're getting old. You started doing like a lot of Pilates, and you started doing like, now I took up cycling.
Nice.
Like. I feel like I'm Lance Armstrong. I do like 40 miles.
I saw that on Instagram too, man.
Yeah, like this week, I think I'm at 300 miles for just this week alone. So
nice.
Yeah, so I'm like, man, I'm looking at my bike right now, just looking at it.
Paleon bike? Is that the Paleon one?
The Peloton?
No. This
Peloton?
No, he's on the regular bike, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a regular bike.
Look, a bike with a kickstand.
Right
there it is.
Nice.
Yeah,
Look, we're getting live.
Oh man, Phil couldn't even reach the pedals on that high speed.
That's good. I got a picture of me and John. He's towering over.
Everyone towers over you, brother. Bear Truth. He says, Bear Truth has a good question here. If you saw the Bears last year, you noticed, like all of us did, that the offensive line regressed. And in your experience, what happens from one year to the next when there isn't much change in personnel? What do you think happens when an offensive line just doesn't perform to the capabilities and the performance level that they did the previous year, the year that you faced them in practice? Any thoughts about the Chicago Bears offensive line and what happened from 2018 to 2019?
You know what? I really won't know because I'm not in that room. But
right.
The only thing I can say, and this is an honest question, I mean, an honest answer, not a political one. this is the NFL. We all get paid to do a job. Everybody is working. So, you know, sometimes it may not be our year. Right. And we have to learn to accept that, you know? And like I said, I'm not in that room. I don't know what's going on or anything. So I couldn't really give you a solid answer. And I'm not an O-lineman either. So
right.
And we didn't play them as well. So it wasn't like I was studying those guys. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So with all that rolling into like one, I couldn't really answer that the way he probably was, the type of answer he was looking for.
Sure.
But a serious answer would be, we all get paid to do a job. And there's teams who we wouldn't even expect to be in situations that they're in. They're like, oh man, the last year they had, it was 0-15 or 0-17, and at some point, the next year they're in the Super Bowl.
Right.
So
it happens every year.
Right.
Exactly.
Last to first in divisions, in playoffs. Let me ask you real quick: who's the best offensive lineman you've ever went up against? Truthfully. You don't have to like him, but you like.
Yeah. No,
Jesus Christ, this dude.
Man, I want to get some good ones. I would say this: the one O lineman that got me with the welcome to the NFL was Jari Evans.
Oh, the Saints.
Yeah. Jari Evans was, and then Ben Grubbs. Yeah, those two guards right there, man. It was, and those are all pro guys, pro guys. So,
speaking of all pro, Wolford was released from the Saints. Have you ever played with this football player, or have you played against him?
The right guy?
Who?
Warford.
Larry Warford. He was with the Lions, and then the last 3 seasons with the New Orleans.
Oh yeah. We came out together.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, we came out together. We played against each other. He's a load, man. He's a load. He's a good lineman. He's a good lineman. I'm not gonna lie.
Can you talk to Pace and tell him we
don't forget to text him tonight, John? Tell him that we need him in Chicago.
Right.
Hey man, listen. Right, I'm gonna hit you with the word, with the phrase. We control what you can control, man.
Right.
That's
there you go.
I can only control me being ready for whoever I go against. Man.
That's it.
Hey, Berlissimo in the chat room has an interesting question. He wants to know, on paper, when you look at this 2020 Bears defense, how does it stack up with the defense that you were experienced with in practice in 2018?
We got some guys. I mean, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Cause like I said, man, I've seen things in guys on both. Well, I've never been in this room either. So
right. That's a tough question.
You know what I mean? Like it's tough because I haven't been in this room.
Guys,
and
British.
On paper, everybody is good.
How about this? How about this, John? If there's camp, we'll have you back on during camp, and you can tell us when you've been out there with the guys.
Listen, if you are in that seat,
right,
you are a good player.
Yeah,
because if you look at statistically speaking, you know, so many people in high school want to be in NFL, so on and so on. So when you in those seats, man, you a good player.
Absolutely.
This isn't Bears related, John, but how did you have any take on the whole Tom Brady to Tampa, man? During the season, if somebody would have told me that he was going to end up in Tampa, I would have told them they were crazy. I was thinking out west. Do you have any thoughts on that? Did it surprise you at all?
Yeah, it did. Tom Brady in Tampa caught me off guard, but I mean, like, hey, he did his thing in New England. You know, I thought he was gonna retire a Patriot, but hey, you just never know how life is. So I'm not the only one that's going through the changes.
Yeah.
Everybody goes through changes.
Hey, John, when you're working out and there's Phil across the room, you know, working out with the 2-pound weights and stuff.
Don't manipulate this story. I wasn't 2 pounds.
Do you ever go to him and, like, you know, punch him or kick him or just say, get out of the way, squirt?
Man, you know what? Like where I go right to like the Olympico and stuff, and I'm there. So I don't really walk into like to the weight area. It's kind of, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. When you're a big person, especially when I'm in my home city, I kind of feel weird sometimes going into the weight room because I'm a big person. So people like expect me to lift big, like heavy weights all the time.
Sure.
Right.
Where it's not really to that extent, you know. And then I don't know. I just try to be respectful, man, because sometimes, you know, people come up and then they want to talk, and then I'm interfering in other people's workouts and whatnot. So I don't really get a chance to see Phil. But if I do, I'll give you a nice little nug for him. You know, I punch him in the shoulder or something, give him some love taps.
This is the true story. I do the same thing. I go into the sauna. I get out of the sauna. I 10 or 15 minutes in the sauna, and then I go onto the stair climber. So as I'm walking towards the stair climber, to his truth, I see this enormous human being that looks familiar. And then he happened to wear a Bears sweatshirt, which that's all I wear. You can ask any. John knows.
Yeah.
And all I do is like, yo, Jenkins, what's up? And then from there we hit it off, and we were just like next to each other. So now we're talking everything, things I can't say on the air. I've kept my word, John. See, that's the thing. This guy in the chat, he don't keep his word. He tells all my secrets. Same with the other guy back there. the guy who controls the camera. But,
hey, John, there was a good question in the chat room about how these OTAs are going to be handled from a virtual standpoint. What can you share with us about what that is going to be like for all of you players? I mean, first of all, you're not going to have the camaraderie of being shoulder to shoulder with your brothers and stuff. But I understand that you guys are going to, at the very least in the beginning, be going through plays and stuff in a virtual setting. What do you know about that? What can you share with us?
Honestly, I really don't know how it's going down. I'm honestly taking it week by week. And from what everything is, we're just meeting, just going over plays like you just said. One thing I can honestly say and test to what you just said is that you're right. You're not going to be shoulder to shoulder with people and building a relationship if you're new to the team. But fortunate enough for me, in my position, I've known these guys. You know what I mean? So when the first meeting I got into the room, it was like I never left.
Right.
So I mean, I'm blessed in that sense to be back into a room of family members. But OTAs is really like that time where you can at least build some type of feel to the team, what kind of guys you're gonna be with, you know, and pretty much the culture and the identity of the squad.
When you look at that roster real quick, who's the one guy that Bears fans should know, hey, this guy is something special? That I know you're out of the people that you do know. Let's say, how about this? Roy Robertson Harris. How, in your eyes, how much is his ceiling high right now? And where his floor is, in your professional opinion, because that's what it is.
Man, Roy's and I like to say he's a very unique player because you can look at him. He's tall. He's built, but you don't know how strong he is.
Right.
You can see some of the plays he caught offensive guards and linemen with one arms into the sack, and it's like, damn, like, oh man, I didn't know he was capable of doing that.
Right.
He's a very twitchy player, so he's quick off the ball and he's real sudden, you know. So Roy, he has, and he's a very coachable person, and he has the right attitude, you know. So honestly speaking, Roy's ceiling could be wherever he wanted to be because he has all the tools and the makeup for it to be that way. And all he has to do is just keep working. I feel, and one thing about Roy, his attitude allows people to play well with him. And in order for a D lineman to really excel, you have to have the people next to you that's willing to work with you.
Right.
John, I'm a big numbers guy in terms of jersey numbers. I see that on the official roster they have you at number 90. Is that something that they just gave you, or did you pick it? Does that number 90 mean anything special to you, or are you just one of those guys that's just a number? I'll use whatever they give me.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of both. Well, in this case, it's just that was one of the numbers that they had available, and I got it. So, but when I do get opportunity to choose a number, the number I want is not available. So 90 was probably the next one.
What was the number you wanted?
I like 77.
Yeah.
Oh, it's retired. It's retired.
Yes, and it's a testament to my we call like the big homie. Like my rookie year, I had a dude named Broderick Bunkley.
Oh,
brother.
Yes.
Philadelphia Eagles drafted him, and then he went to New Orleans. Yeah.
Yeah, so Bunk was, man, when I tell you Bunk looked after me, man, my rookie year. Bunk, man.
I'd like to hear some of those stories. Huh?
Yeah,
we can have you back for Bears Barroom After Dark, John. Maybe you can tell us about it.
Patreon only.
Bunk looked after me, man. As long as I had breakfast sandwiches, I was good, man. Nobody can really bother me. But Bunk, man, he also, man, good, man. He was like, he was there. He wasn't one of those vets that he knew why I was there. He knew it was going to be a point where he felt like they were going to use me to replace him. And even with that in his mindset, he's still like, yo, Rook, man, nah, you want to play it like this. You want to do this. You want to play like that. You want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, all
class. He was a good, like, I guess, part of my career.
That's amazing. It reminds me of a story because I can't stand that the Bears retired all these numbers. And I feel like they should do like a ring of honor honoring these numbers, because we were talking about this just last week with Ryan Cox, a barfly out there, saying, there's so many of these numbers retired that it takes away from some of my favorite numbers, and obviously yours too, 77. That's Bronco Nagurski, if I'm right, Aldo?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, it's Red Grange.
Red Grange.
One of those old motherfuckers.
Galloping Ghost.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we can't get the second ghost to get out there with 77.
Hey, John, a great question from Mr. Englewood in the chat room. He wants to know, what do you think about the offensive line of the Packers and the hug technique that they use?
Yes, I like this guy, Englewood.
That's a great question.
Man, listen, there's one player that perfected that.
Yes.
Josh Sutton.
Oh my God.
Man, that shout out to Josh, but he
former Bear.
He perfected that. Yeah. Man, listen, I mean, it is what it is. You're gonna do what you can. If you're not cheating, then you're not trying.
Hey, John, something in Chicago since Matt Nagy's been here. He likes to get creative on the goal line. We've seen Akeem in for a handoff at the goal line. Are you going to be putting your hand up in the air to see if you can get a handoff and get your first career rushing touchdown in the NFL?
Man, if I get a career rushing touchdown, that all three levels, I had a touchdown or my hand on the ball. High school, and Phil would test to this.
Yes,
I got one of the best runs in my hometown.
He does.
When we opened up on Falcon Field, the Platt Maloney game, it was Derek, when we played Derek Drag was still with Platt, all those guys were still with Platt. Yeah, I used to run fullback.
Took it to the house at fullback.
Nice.
Yeah, but I mean,
seen his hips. His hips don't lie. It was like what's her name?
What's the touchdown? What's the touchdown dance going to look like, John?
Man, listen, I got a long time to think that through.
Would you rather catch a pass or run it in?
Oh man, it doesn't matter. I'd rather
as long as you score. As long as you score.
Run it in, because then when you lay that shoulder, then it's like, it's nasty. It's just nasty. But when you catch the pass, it's like, oh, all right, cool, you got a pass. But when you run somebody over, it's just nasty. Something everybody talking about like that. Come on, man, on ESPN.
Yeah, right.
Hey, John, do you set goals for the season?
I do.
Okay, so let me do some rapid fire. This is inspired by Swanky32 in the chat room. How many tackles are you aspiring to this upcoming season?
50 plus.
50 plus. How many sacks?
Ooh, realistically, more than 2.
We'll take it.
We're gonna take it.
How many pieces of ass? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm in trouble.
He's been in a pandemic for a while. That number might be high.
Why do you think he likes number 77, Aldo?
He did the same thing to Akeem Hicks when he was on the show. I'm just letting you know, John.
Oh, man.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, we're really excited about you being back with the Chicago Bears. It's not only because we're all pulling for you professionally, but it's also because we think that you're a perfect fit for this team. Your attitude, your desire to be the best, your place in that defensive line, you're kind of a perfect piece to come in there. Hey, 50 tackles, 2 or 3 sacks, 77 pieces of whatever. that's all attainable, and we're going to be rooting for you down the line. I want to just go around the horn here and have anybody ask their last questions. Shane, we'll start with you, then we'll go Greg, and then Phil, you can end things up with John Jenkins.
I don't really have a question. I'm just going to give you a shout out, man. I appreciate all the time you coming on. Phil and I have both talked about this repeatedly. Like he told you earlier, we were both shocked initially, back when you didn't make the 53, and we were pretty bummed about that. But I mentioned to Phil when I saw you were back, I think it's one of those underrated, under the radar signings that not a lot of people are going to talk about. And then when the season comes along, all Chicago Bears fans are going to be, man, I'm glad to have Jenkins. And that's just a testament to who you are as a player, John. And we do all believe in you here at Barroom, and we're all rooting for you, man. We appreciate it.
I appreciate that, man. I really do appreciate that.
Go ahead, Greg.
So my question to you, because I'm kind of the fan in the stands, and there's a chance that no fans will be in the stands for NFL games this season. And we saw over the weekend UFC had a fight, and one of the revelations that came out of it without fans in the stands during the fight was they could hear the announcers talking about, technique, and it actually helped one of the fighters win their fight. Is there anything that you anticipate you think you'll be able to pick up on without the intensity of the crowd being a part of the game, that you'll hear defensive call outs or things of that nature?
I mean, of course you're gonna be able to hear things from a defensive perspective. Like in my position, you're gonna be able to hear things a lot clearer. But I mean, the fans is a big it's like a 9-day difference, to be honest, because then it feels like practice. Mm-hmm. It just feels like practice almost. And I mean, I will only assume it will feel that way because I never played a game where there's no fans, obviously. But when you have the fans and you need that big stop and like 4th and inches and whatnot, and the fans are going crazy, especially in Chicago. The Bears fans are crazy. Mm-hmm. You feed off that, you know what I mean? It's a big. You can feel the energy from everybody, man, and that's going to be something, if that happens, that we're going to miss.
What if you just got me in there and I could bring that energy for 50,000? I'll just scream like a banshee on the sidelines. You'd be like, you know what, this guy is ready.
Man, it'd be dope, man. It'd be dope.
Just bring me, Greg, and you.
Yeah, you go on one side, you get on the west side, I'll be on the east side of the stadium, and we'll just go insane. I'll be on the visiting side, giving the Packers crap.
I don't have a question. I mean, I don't want to keep John. You've been so gracious with your time. A. B. I love this guy. I'm so proud to have you on the show. You're our first official player / guest on the video version of Bears 100 Proof. So
Okay, how it turn out?
That you're phenomenal. Look at you moving around, redirecting. Fires are going off. You're moving the tool. You can't hear me. You're doing perfect. It's not 100 proof if stuff doesn't happen and we course correct, I would say.
It was beautiful. Yeah.
Right?
Very visual what you've given us.
Yes, you've given us everybody that's watching either tomorrow or listening on a podcast of this. You have to watch how John, if you're a scout, you're like, wow, this guy's very versatile. He's getting in here. He's on the couch. He got out of there. He showed you the bike. The fire alarm went off. He redirected, knew that we could hear that, and it was distracting to the listener. So long story short, I'm going to piggyback off Shane and just really thank you for your time and for the energy that you brought here alone. I mean, I think I could be very analytical, critical of the Bears because I think moments like these, they miss out. They don't include the fan and the personality of the player. To hear you talk about Coach Rodgers is much different than the reporter asking who Coach Rodgers is to Nagy. You brought it tonight. So proud of you. I really believe what I have to say, that you are going to help the Chicago Bears. And that's where I'm so excited about you returning to this football team. So thank you so much for joining us tonight, man. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all.
You can always call me big fella anytime you want.
Big fella, you got it.
Hey, if there's anything that we can do for you, John, please don't hesitate to do.
Got to send him a T-shirt. We got to get him a bar.
Yeah, that can be a start, man. That can be a start.
We got you covered.
Great. When are you coming back to Meriden so I could save money on shipping? This is a
Hey, at least you keep it at 100, huh?
I always am, John. I always am.
Yeah, honestly, man, I don't even know, man.
No, I will mail it out to you. 100 proof T-shirt. What size are we looking at?
3X. Yeah,
there
3X.
it is. I guessed it.
What do you want? What do you want? The black and white, or do you want the orange and navy? We got options. Our guy Alex, you take the black and white.
Black and white.
There we go.
There you go.
Black and white, brown with white
The swag man.
The one I like to wear when I rock the mic.
All right, John, thank you very much. And hopefully we'll be talking to you again before you're lifting that Super Bowl trophy. Where's the Super Bowl at this year? It's not in Miami, right? It's in Dallas, is it?
I think it's in Dallas.
Yeah, wherever the hell it is, you'll be lifting that Super Bowl trophy along with this great defense. Again, we are deeply indebted to you, and we'll get that T-shirt out to you. And again, anything else you need from the Bears Barroom Radio Network, we're here for you, brother.
Appreciate it, fellas, man. Y'all take it easy and y'all be safe out there.
Thanks, John.
Number 90 is gonna look good on you.
I appreciate it, boss.
There you go.
All right, brother.
See you, John.
What a great guy.
Yep.
That was awesome.
Man, that
And the
was
Super Bowl is in Tampa.
Tampa.
Let me get my
Tampa.
Where's my Bruce Arians glasses? It's Tampa.
But
And no team that's hosted the Super Bowl has ever made it to the Super Bowl.
And that's going to continue this year.
So that'll be the new.
Is Tom going to break that because he's the GOAT? Is he going to break that?
No, he's going to lose that on the chance in Chicago in the NFC Championship game.
Look at you, Shane. Look at you.
Oh.
But what a perfect guest for what we do here. John gets it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
He's not going to give you the political bullshit. He's going to joke. He's going to bust some balls. He's going to, give it back. But then he's also going to speak truth, and he's not afraid to tell you. If he doesn't know, he's going to tell you that. He's not going to make up bullshit and give you a canned answer. Just great, great guest. Really a testament to who he is as a person, man. Big fan. I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's on this roster.
Absolutely. Totally with you. Obviously, there's a personal thing with friendship that I have, but it's beyond that. I'm serious when
Phil,
I say
it's a good point, because even what you're saying is, everything is true, but it's also a gigantic position of need for the Bears. And you have this guy filling that. I'm telling you, it's a very underrated signing. And hey, we all know how politics can be played on this roster, and I hope he's a part of it, man, because this guy deserves it. He's a good football player.
Those listening.
When you look at the season that you look at,
can you turn your gain down? It's like
I did twice. I did.
S's are just popping. Are they doing that to you? And
No, he's coming in hot every time he talks.
So
I think you're leaning over top of your. I don't think you need
maybe
to.
I should back up more. Maybe
You don't need to. You don't need to blow your mic. You should.
Well, when I talk with my S's anyway. So what I was gonna say is, don't say words with an S in it.
Yes.
What I was gonna say was Nick Williams.
He goes right into an S. What I was gonna say.
I can't help it. I just eliminated Nick Williams.
Sandlin, please.
Chris Anland. No, but look at what Nick Williams did in this defense last year. That's what you hope he can be. You hope you don't need that kind of depth. Obviously, you want Akeem Hicks healthy all season, but you're going to need him along the way, one way or another. So that's what you're looking for in this role with him, for sure.
The other thing is what Shane said. I mean, those of you listening in on the podcast or watching on the video, you get it. This is what we talk about, that missing element when you're analyzing perspective talent. You need that sit down to hear the person and how they're attacking. I've met John. That's who he is. That's right. He's told me things and kept it 100. Everybody that's listening that loves this show knows that's how I get down. That's what I want to know. I want to know the reality. I don't want some canned commentary. And that's what 100 proof is. That's what you're going to get here. I think in regards to what he can do, I can tell you truthfully, and obviously I'm working on the tape never lies because you have so many free agents to do. But John has versatility. He can play nose. He can play a 3 technique, and he can move out and play the 5 technique in a pinch because he's athletic. I've seen this kid as he was growing up to do the things that he did. I just knew he was going to, grow. He had no clue how good he was in high school. He had to learn the hard way to get to that point. And you catch lightning in a bottle like that, that's the kind of football player you want in the locker room, that's willing to sacrifice for others and understands what kind of football game this is. It's a team sport. So I'm excited about.
If you want to go behind the scenes a little bit, like what Phil and I, we talk daily, and we'll talk about the Bears, obviously. And Jenkins has been a topic. Phil was legitimately excited when I called to tell him, like, bro, we just brought Jenkins back. And I was the same way. Phil, you can speak on it, man. How often did we talk about when he didn't make the roster, how disappointed we were, and he played good in Miami last year. He did.
I remember putting up that video of the Giants game where John in the preseason they ran a bubble or tunnel screen. He runs all the way from the opposite side and runs it down. I'm like, how isn't this guy making the team? Just that kind of effort. So legitimately excited about this football player.
He's going to look more aerodynamic in number 90 too.
I like number 90.
Better than 73 or 95.
I'm better. I like number 90 on him. Yes, I'm totally there. I'm a big fan of that number.
You can fill it out pretty good.
Yeah. If we could get Braggs to turn his gain down tonight, like maybe 90%, it'd be perfect.
If we could get back together.
That's like the third voicemail we've got from him saying talking
All
like
he
that.
does is that voice.
It's my go-to.
Do we
It's
have
my
a
go-to.
puppet for his voice?
Oh,
What a segue.
did you say puppet?
Yes, I did.
Play it because I'm about.
There's a guy named Peter Bukaki. His tweets are always real crappy. His goal in life is to never be nice. Eat my cum, Bukaki. It tastes like teriyaki. Lock on this, motherfucker.
Oh, Lord.
You didn't spell Ritter right at the end. It says Ritter.
John Ritter wrote it.
That's right. There was a purpose misspelling because I mispronounced words. I also
I see.
misspelled them.
I see.
I got one other one. You guys want to see
Yes.
it? Or wait a minute.
These are awesome.
Let's see the next. Now this puppet, give it a little bit of an intro here.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
There you
This
go.
puppet was purchased on Amazon for $5.99.
We were getting updates from Ally. Where were you doing that? In your kitchen when you were sending
Uh,
us
no,
the stuff
no.
originally?
The original one was above the fireplace in the TV room. So I took the test of that one. And then I actually ordered 2 puppets. Each was an average of about $5-6 in price. And then I decided to go with the black bear because Dan had that kind of black hip hop.
That's what I think of when I think of Dan Aguirre.
He won't rap. He won't rap.
When I think of Dan Aguirre, I think of hip hop.
It's the funny thing. The funny thing is that I wrote them as limericks, and so I figured, Dan can do a good limerick, and so he sends me. I send him the scripts. He sends me the track back, and it's got this kind of urban sounding bear sound. And I'm like, shit, this is not gonna. I was gonna put like Irish music behind this stuff. That's not gonna work. So then I said, let me go with the bongos and make it sound like a smoky, poetry reading.
A tooch night.
Exactly.
When are we gonna debut Dead Air Bear?
That's coming up. We just gotta find the voice for that. Oh, you have the voice. I'm sorry.
Take off your pants, please.
There you go.
All right, here's the next one. And again, this is just stuff that I do when I'm having a couple of drinks.
There's an old man in Green Bay who ain't happy about draft day. The choice of Jordan Love feels like a goddamn shove. Fuck him. Can't wait till he goes away. Blow me, Aaron Rodgers.
There you go. That ends Dan the Bear, the Dirty Bears presentation for tonight.
You spelled Aguirre wrong too, by the way.
Did I?
Yeah. I think you put one too many R's in there.
Double down.
It's only one R?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. No wonder he's not talking to me. I sent him the video, he didn't even respond to it.
He did it on purpose, Dan.
All right. Let us go now. Hockey and all that stuff. We do have a special Draft Dr. Phil song.
Yes.
So why don't you set it up, Phil, and I'll rack it up anytime you're ready. I got it.
Like I said, fans of the show, we have a Jason Lockenfora, what was his name again, Shane? Why do I keep forgetting?
Bill Barnwell.
Bill Barnwell song.
Mr. Comb Over.
So we're working on these fraud analyst songs that, from the major outlets. We don't have to go into detail about the what do we call them? Micro podcasts. We don't have to do any songs about that. But these guys that talk the talk,
He's a
they
visionary,
don't walk
Phil.
the walk. So the vision is this. In regards to this song, I'm gonna do that, Aldo. my wife even thought it was a great idea about Patreon, a behind the scenes.
Yeah.
How does this happen?
I like that idea.
She's volunteered as well as my daughter, Isabella, to film it.
Daughter, Greg. How's your daughter?
My daughter, Isabella.
She's much better now. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I'm so work that ass for daddy. So yeah, this dude Bukowski just irritated the fuck out of me with the stance of being an analyst. And I was saying it to Greg because there's people on our network, I'm not going to say any names, that if you put your name to it and other micros and analysts out there, then you stand by your point. You stand by your belief. You did the work. You don't just throw it to change it or be afraid of your take. That's against the subject. It's against the whole law of being an analyst. I don't take down The Tape Never Lies and say, oh my God, they're criticizing it. No, that's me. That's what I say, and that's what I see, and we could debate it. And we have. And then on the show, the same thing. Now you see it on video. The last call, you're going to see me freaking fired up beyond your belief. It's real. It's raw. It's what this is. I'm sorry. You can't take a swear. But the reality is you have to stand up for your analysis. So if you believe in something and you change your mind, then don't pretend like you never said the other. Acknowledge. Stand here on camera or your podcast, lock the fuck on these nuts and fucking say the truth. I'm fucked up. You know what? After thinking about it, the Packers should have did this, and this is why. But to pretend the Matt Millers of the world and all these fucking fans following these guys, retweeting them, they're fucking stealing your money. They're politicians of football. They're fucking politicians of football. Gets me so angry that I know I put in the hard work and some fucking schmobo who fucking bathes in fucking butter is questioning football to me. And we'll debate. But at the end of the day, I know The Tape Never Lies stands up for what it is. Somebody, Shane, I don't hope I'm not ruining one of your tweets of the week, but somebody's still talking about Robert Quinn with a hand in the fucking ground. Are you fucking
we'll
stupid?
be talking about it, Phil. Just stay tuned.
Holy shit. So this dude, Bukowski, has A, been invited on the show several times. B, has manipulated the story of he's busy.
Let's be honest. He set us up. He knew that we were going to hold him accountable.
We're going to hold his feet.
There's a lot of that going around, Phil.
I just hate when people can't. I will bring on any barflies. We're on video. I'm looking at you. I will bring on any person that you guys say, hey, this guy's got to go on 100 proof. In fact, I ask you to go to Aldo and the person that you say, hey, this fucking guy, I don't care, micro podcast, whatever, bring him on. He needs to go on 100 proof because you know what's going to happen here. I'm going to call him. I can't even help it. Right, Shane? I'm like, I told Greg, I can't help it. I can't sit there and listen to somebody say something that I don't agree with. I have to speak up and push back. Like, why do you think that? So anyway, this guy, Bukowski, pisses me off so much. I'm like, I need a song for him. And I waited. And it was all through the season. And then all of a sudden, this song came to me because he's a flip-flopping fuck. He flip-flops, just come on 100 proof. Exactly. He's flip-flopped so much and pretends like he never said it. So this song here inspired the same kind of knowledge in it. And it'll stick in your head. And hopefully Peter will hear it and take his little dumb shot. But the reality is it's well-deserved.
And it's going to play any second. It really is.
Bukowski's flip-flopping again.
What?
That's the end of it. That was the end of it.
In a developmental
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
quarterback. I'm not taking that toolsy guy who might become something and is risky and is going to need all sorts of different things to go right for him.
Oh. Did it stop?
It did. It stopped for me.
Once he left.
Did he bounce?
I guess.
In that, Phil, is my dumbest tweet of the week.
Can you hear us?
Hey.
Yeah. You gotta start it over again.
I started over, although it dropped. When you went off cam, it dropped everything.
What happened?
Once you left the cam.
Yeah.
Right. So we got
this might have something to do with what happened with John Jenkins' audio when you're either playing an audio or a caller's on. If you put somebody to backstage, the audio might cut.
That is true.
Well,
Okay,
you put me to backstage and I
learning.
can hear, but I think Aldo, maybe with you being the main guy, you always have to be up there.
You have to be on and dance to this song, Aldo.
All right. Well, should I wear my pants?
Yeah.
No, take them off. We're on video, man.
better
We're
put
gonna
your
go. We're
pants
gonna keep it 100, man.
Barb?
No,
you get a micro. I told you they were micro podcasts.
Better put your pants on. We're on video now.
All right, here we go.
Nobody wants to see that anteater.
Gotcha.
We know you don't care.
I know.
Holy cow.
Fucking
There's a timeout
on the field.
Back away from the mic, Greg.
Holy
please, my fucking fingers are bleeding. And 3, 2, 1.
I'm not taking a developmental quarterback. I'm not taking that toolsy guy who might become something and is risky and is going to need all sorts of different things to go right for him to work out. I don't need a project. It's not helpful to me.
So many hot takes that you like, always flip-flopping to be on task. Your Bears hate them, but ain't you right? How the hell they employ your ass? How they employ your
Locked on these. I don't need a project.
Peter, we know you don't care. Flip-flopping fool who hates the Bears. I'm on tweets and you don't
This
share.
guy's an analyst?
So the podcast.
I'm not taking a developmental quarterback.
Why the fuck do they care about this thing?
Flip-flop, Bowski. Peter Bukowski. Flip-flop, Bowski. Yeah. Flip-flop, sing it. Flip-flop, Bowski.
I'm not taking a developmental quarterback.
You're fucking lousy. Yeah.
I'm not taking a developmental quarterback. I'm not taking that toolsy guy who might become something and is risky and need all sorts of different things to go right for him to work out.
Flip-flop, lousy. Peter Bukowski. They're fucking lousy. Yeah. Flip-flop. Flip-flop, Bowski. Peter Bukowski.
I'm not taking a developmental quarterback.
It's fucking lousy. Yeah.
Breaking news. Bukowski's flip-flopping again.
This guy is not an analyst. He's a cheesehead. A meatball on top of a cheesehead. It's Peter Bukowski.
That toolsy guy who might become something and is risky and is going to need all sorts of different things to go right for him to work out. I don't need a project. It's not helpful to me. I don't need a project.
Breaking news.
I'm not taking a developmental quarterback.
Bukowski's flip-flopping again.
There it is.
That's another winner from Draft Dr. Phil. And I gotta say, why did Shane leave? Is it because he didn't like
It's odd. Yeah.
Is it because of the music, Shane? Or
what's going on?
Did he leave?
was Bukowski upsetting you?
What do you think? So what do you think of the song, Shane?
F this.
Not very talkative.
There you
I'm back.
He was just changing his shirt. He was sweating over there, probably.
I'm not
He was
sweating.
dancing to the Peter Bukowski song,
I
probably.
gotta go check I have a 6th cat. I had to go get a beer.
Just went to like a graphic. It was hilarious.
Your
Looked like Peter Bukowski's brain.
Oh,
Like a big zero.
No, you know Ela well enough. She didn't want to be on cam, so I just hit stop camera.
Oh, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. See, look.
You got to put an avatar up there. It's just a
Can you do a avatar?
I should have done that. I should have done that last week.
Yes, you should have.
All right, we are.
Great thing. You like
Great song, Phil.
You like the song, Greg?
No, I didn't. It's Hanson. How can I like the song? It's about
God.
it's about a Packer reporter, and it's Hanson.
It's
So
still
it's
gonna
like-
bang in your head and make fun of him. That's what the purpose of the song is. He's a flip-flopowski. Peter Bukowski. You're fucking lousy. Yeah. There's the acapella.
But you're opening up the ribbing to come back your way because it's Hanson.
I don't
You know what I
care
mean?
if it was Hanson, freaking Aerosmith. If I take on all songs and all genres. The only one
I
don't
guess
tell Dan.
Peter
I think
Bukowski's annoying, so I guess the song choice had to be annoying.
Oh, should
It
we give him
couldn't
a
be cool?
Should we give him a shout out for becoming a father? A couple days ago, I told Phil this is like the perfect time to drop the song.
Oh, really?
His wife just had a baby.
Well, congratulations to the Bukowski family. We hope that the child is much more like the mom than the son.
And don't leave your children alone screaming in the hallway while you're watching a movie and telling them to toughen up.
That's right.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
brags.
Yes. If your daughter's arm is broken,
Dislocated.
believe her. Don't think it's just a temper tantrum.
This is how I know Greg has no music acumen. It's because the song is so catchy back then. Think about it. Stay. Even everybody is like, fuck, I fucking hate that song, but it would be catchy. And this guy, I fucking hate that guy. And it's funny because it's catchy. Flip-flopowski. There you go. So it's perfect, Greg. If I had to say, that would be a perfect theory to do a parody song. It's not like
True
I
story.
wrote it. I hated Hanson.
Who from the Bears barroom has seen Hanson live 12 times in concert?
I gotta say, Zimmerman.
Bobby Phelan.
Bobby Phelan?
Kidding?
He's got 2 Hanson hoodies and a t-shirt. True story. He saw them live in Korea when he was there. Huge fan. Bobby Phelan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said when he gets out of the military, he's going to grow his hair out like one of those guys, one of the Hanson guys.
My gosh. Look at what Logan wrote.
Always regret it.
Everybody go to Twitter and tweet Bobby Phelan about that right now. I'm sure he'll love it.
Oh man, that takes me back to one time. I told we were in college at IU Bloomington drinking, and I told literally a whole house of people. I was like, "Do you know this guy Brad? He loves Miley Cyrus." Even the people that did not know who Brad was, and it got around so much that day or that weekend. He came into a house and somebody's like, "What's your name?" And he's like, "Brad." And they're like, "Are you the guy that went to the Miley Cyrus concerts?" And he his mind just completely exploded. He was like, "Jesus, good times." I know nobody gives a shit.
He's a fucking idiot. Yes, he is, Mom. Oh, I love my mom. All right, let us move on. Let's do the schedule next, and then we'll go to the tweets after that. If you listen to our schedule release program, it was scheduled for 35 minutes, and it went an hour and a half, and we only got through 8 games in the schedule. Typical 100 proof stuff. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pick it up now in week 9, and that's when the Chicago Bears, week 9 would be.
Yeah, you're just blowing by all these shitty graphics, Aldo.
I know, right? This is week 9. So just to remind you that on week 8, they played, and the folks over at the great folks over at the Chicago Bears graphics department put the wrong logo for the Saints. They put the Browns fucking dog collar.
Actually, there was a YouTube listener. I remember his name. That said, if you look up, the Saints actually have a dog as their mascot.
But it ain't that dog.
No, it ain't. It ain't freaking. What was his name? God, Dobie. What was the Davy and Goliath?
Yes,
it was Goliath.
Yeah,
was
the Sunday morning Christian animated song.
Yes, it was all Christian stories.
That's right.
Hello, Davy.
Yeah, and these let me just say, because I know you guys touched on your surprise
Greg.
show, but these graphics are bad. These graphics are. I mean, I just don't understand the lemonade whatever stand guy they had do this stuff, and it's just a complete swing and a miss, and it's disappointing to me because it's a pandemic. There's nothing else going on. You have nothing but time on your hands to plan something good. You're not putting that much stuff out there. Just today, the Bears Twitter put out, I don't know if Shane, you saw it, the TikTok video they did. It was another swing and a miss, and I don't know. None of that stuff matters at the end of the day. You want to win football games, but, you know, we enjoy, you know, seeing different things come out from the Bears, and it'd be nice if it, you know, stood up to, like, what some of the other teams are doing, and I understand some of the people have been there, work hard and stuff, but, you know, a guy like Cam Good, when the Bears were rolling a couple years ago, was doing phenomenal work for the Bears, and now he's doing work for the Bulls and the Chicago Fire soccer team, and you know all these other different outlets. But he should have stayed with the Bears, and I think that was a complete miss to let him go because he had like a real creative touch and also you know had the eye for what fans want to see. And I just think you know whatever they're doing right now isn't what fans want to see. It's like social media stuff. Like nobody knows about the lemonade guy. I know a few people do. And then, you know, the TikTok thing today. Like quit trying to be trendy and just adhere to Bears fans. That's what I ask.
It seems like they have a bunch of 35, 40-year-old people on their staff, and they said, all right, how are we going to touch base with, you know, the 18 to 24-year-old crowd? Right. And they went there. I mean, it's a huge mistake. I honestly, when I first,
I got attacked because I called it out.
Oh, well, attack. Dude, when you're attacked by a crazy person, that doesn't count.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's very imperative what Greg and you are saying. This is the NFL. At the end of the day, like Greg is saying, is about football, but being a fan of a team, it's like the charter franchise. You should have a more sense and sensibility towards what you're broadcasting and prepping fans to get pumped up for. There is a professionalism that you would like to see in that. And this graphic and lemonade stand or whatever the hell it was, it just doesn't stand up to me. And the graphics themselves look amateurish. It's like the 80s. Remember? After these messages, we'll be right back.
Right. My son plays Roblox, and it's
exactly.
I'm like, you got like the best technology at your disposal, and you're playing fucking Roblox. It looks like it's from 1983. Drives me fucking crazy. Kid's 9. He's got a 4K TV in his bedroom, and I'm like, here you are playing Roblox. Makes no difference.
That's where I'll say it again. They just missed it by letting Cameron Good go. Good. This guy was a supreme talent. He was doing such a great way of showing the Bears' heart. And, of course, it was during a season when they were really good, so you're going to love everything they're putting out. But I just feel like ever since they've let him go, it's gone downhill somewhat because he just brought that little different something to the social media department.
Logan Sandollar hit it right on the fucking head, man. It looks like VeggieTales.
Yes.
He's right. It does. 100%.
That's where Logan's a standout.
Yes, he is.
He really is.
If I showed that to my 2-year-old daughter, she would be scared by those cartoon characters.
I don't know.
Oh, she's not gonna like the
lion, the Detroit lion, whose like head looks like it's melting or something.
Your mic is so hot. Is it?
Well, it's because he's blowing his mic, man. He literally sets his chin on his mic every time he talks.
Listen, we're doing this live, so we're learning this technology.
Where is your gain? Is it
Yeah,
half?
let me help you with the game. Go.
It's right here. It's
Yes.
right here.
What is it?
Turn it to the
It's
middle.
really low.
Call Jenny and ask her to read
It's at the lowest setting.
Then you're not hitting the mic. Is not what you're coming through. Then you're coming out of the computer speaker.
No, I'm not. I'm coming out of the mic.
I think it was Christina in the chat room who said, "Take the cock out of your mouth." I mean, the mic.
You sound
That wasn't nice. You know, Christina's the one that
You
calls
sound
me
much
Greg
better
Butler.
when you're away from it. You're
Step
every
back
time
a
you
little.
talk, every time Greg talks, he's going.
Let me tell you guys, real quick, we're going to the chat room. It's, I was just reading
What?
this,
I'm
and I know
I'm
that
self-conscious because
Shane's in love with my mom, Barb, but yeah, real quick, thanks for listening to Shy Fans. Mike, we'll give you 2 more shows. Well, 2 more shows for Fat Mike.
All right, let's get to the skeptical now. Let me see if I can call it the right draft. We are going now to week number 9. It is the Tennessee Titans. At this point of the season, it really does play out like a very favorable season to the Chicago Bears. We've got lots of winnable games. I mean, I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. And hey, if they are 7-2, 8-1 at this point, I'm going to say I am not fucking surprised. And I know people are going to say you're full of shit, but that's the way I start every season, looking at things favorably. Does anyone want to disagree with me?
If that's the Titans mascot, I'm not going to Nashville for the game. Fuck that. Do I need whatever that is with a fucking
He's got my
Green
wallet.
Goblin mask on, his tongue sticking out? Fuck that.
It's like the Hamburglar.
Yeah.
Turned into the cat burglar.
No, anybody look at this game? I mean, this Tennessee game is going to be a tough game on the road if we're going to see the team that marched to the playoffs in the second half of the season with that great running game and some timely quarterbacking by Ryan Tannehill. Although Tannehill, let's face it, he helped them notch up some wins, but it wasn't like he was playing great.
Don't you think that they're in line for a fucking regression? I look at 2 teams this year, and I have some family in my family members in my family that are actually Buffalo Bills fans too. I look at 2 teams. I look at Tennessee, and I look at a possible regression for Buffalo too, because there's so much riding on. If they don't get consistent quarterback play, they're not going to be the teams that they were. And I think it's a lot on Josh Allen. And I look at Tennessee, and I'm not a big believer because they lose if Tannehill takes a step back, or if Derrick Henry, who Matt Miller says is a fullback in the NFL, thank you, Matt Miller. If he goes down, that's a whole different.
My number one back.
Yeah.
Here, Shane. I got shit for that.
I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? I think the Tennessee's in line to regress.
I'm there with you. I think the reality is Sand Dollar again, taking my point. We're step for step. You lost Conklin. They drafted some linemen to replace that. But Derrick Henry is the guy that you got to stop. And the brand of football, I love how they, attack it with the run and action off it. I like their offense. It took them a long time to figure out Derrick Henry was as good as he was, which always in the NFL, it just baffles my brain how these coaches are. But, he is the piece you got to stop. And what do we have? I mean, we had one guy on tonight. We have such a great run defense. I think when you watch the Chicago Bears and you're not paid to write about them and you know football, you recognize that this front 7 is so good at stopping the run that now, and I know people were joking because, John brought up Leonard Floyd's work, how hard he works, whatever. And that's his, Georgia roots.
Well,
for me,
listen, you can work. You can work hard. It doesn't mean that you're a good player,
right? He did not win one-on-ones when you got to 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 17, and that Mac's getting triple teamed, despite whatever the fuck these Mac people think they see. I don't know what you see, but I know the tape doesn't lie about Khalil Mack. The attention of every offensive coordinator is to make sure he's blocked. Then Akeem was out, so it became easier to make your game plan about stopping him. Right. And he's still pressuring and getting to the quarterback. Irregardless, the point is the other side is now taken up by an absolute animal that can stand up, or guess what? When you play a nickel front or an under front and you're still in a 3-4 deep.
What's nickel, Phil?
You still put your hand down. Rush. It's so ridiculously.
What do you think, Bregs?
Football stupid, Greg, that anybody writing a story about worrying about Robert Quinn, he's going to win that side. So the point is stopping Henry and getting pass rush on Tannehill is a recipe for a W for the Chicago Bears. I love the matchup right now on paper. Again, we're doing this in regards to speculating on paper. Injuries occur. That's why I always laugh about strength of schedule. They got the easiest road. Just fucking go out there and win games one at a time. Not Lovey's quarter marks, one at a time. And check out the tape, never lies, as you could see. Robert Quinn, Nick Foles are there. You could see them. I'm going to do the other free agents coming up and get into Deshaun Gibson.
Phil, I think we got to talk about this game too. In terms of Bears barroom, this is depending on how everything works out. I think most people here know that Phil and myself and Aldo and our wives and Greg Sandlin, I know, and Bobby Phelan, I think Ryan Badgley, the whole pretty much the entire barroom crew. What'd you say, Greg? See, he sounds really good now, doesn't he?
And that's the perfect audio.
Can you do some video graphics and have some smoke rising up from the middle of the Chicago Cubs chair?
I'm just so busy with the damn virus.
There he is. See, that's how we do it. Look, I'm putting a phone up.
Let me go ahead and do your drop, and then I'll give you an update on the tennis.
Want a drop? I'll do this drop.
Oh, I'm a huge motherfucking barfly.
There you go.
Thank you, Dan. I love you.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is.
Get this crap off the screen. You put me in the backstage when I need it, or I don't need it. Now you're putting it when. Fuck you.
Nobody puts Greggy in a corner.
Going up, using the restroom, checking on my daughter.
You should have blanked your screen to stop the cam.
You can hit stop cam.
Oh my god.
That's why I hold it.
There's so much technology, Phil. Jenny didn't show me where that button was.
Thank you, Josh E. We are going to be down in Nashville, Tennessee.
That's correct. That's the plan.
If there's audiences, Steph is worried about the plane, the whole thing. She's already, we all are. So I said, listen, if
drink Clorox, duh. Let's not make this political. Don't laugh, then. Don't give me.
You make me laugh.
Yes.
You had some.
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead.
My wife Donna has been working with a travel agency that will provide tickets and hotel rooms down in Tennessee. So what we are going to do in this upcoming week is try to get a gauge as to how many people are interested in going, and then she can work out a deal for the lowest price possible. Now, the tricky thing is, of course, that we don't know if they're going to allow people in the stands. We don't even know if they're going to be at a football game.
Oh, the bars are open. We can make it work.
That's
we
right.
watch the game on TV.
That's right.
Nashville.
We will do a
Jay
live
Cutler's got a
show.
whole fucking empty house now. He's getting divorced, man. He
Greg will hook up Cutler with us. They're friends on Instagram, apparently.
Yep.
And we'll go live in Nashville, Tennessee. Maybe Joe Mandel will be out of the doghouse.
No,
with his wife. He'll be able
Bray,
to.
we talked about this yesterday. His best man at his wedding, the Blues brother.
You don't get married in football season.
Lucas Castellanos, I believe is how his last name is pronounced, is getting married that weekend.
Don't get married during football season.
Well, you don't, but others do.
No, everybody that's worse
if
than
everybody didn't get married during football season, then it'd be really hard to book a wedding.
Is there a new Marvel movie coming out on November 8th?
Joe will cancel for Lucas if the next Avengers, the surprise Avengers, gets released that same weekend.
If Star Wars was released that weekend and Joe had to go to the wedding, which one would he go to?
The wedding.
Okay.
Let me see your lightsaber, Luke. I think.
I am your father.
Oh, Lord.
You don't get married during the fall. I'm sorry. I got to say this is 100 proof. I don't give a fuck what Greg is trying to defend. I'm telling you as a man, like, that's one of the first things I said to my wife. I'm like, one thing, I'm addicted to one thing. I don't do drugs. I don't even drink that much. I'm not a big drinker. I fucking have to watch the Chicago Bears. I have to. I can't not watch the Chicago Bears. So just like this kid is learning in his house, his father's probably the same way. There's no marriage. A wife, you have to stand up for that and be like, F Star Wars, F Avengers, and F a wedding. In fact, Steph dragged me to the wedding remember the Steelers overtime game where Tariq Cohen supposedly stepped out of bounds?
Yeah.
We won it over. I'm sitting there at a wedding with my phone watching that whole game.
Mike Glennon starting quarterback that game.
Oh, yeah. That's right. And I didn't
I had somewhat of a situation like that for the NLCS when the Cubs beat Shane's Dodgers.
Breaking news, don't care.
I chose to go to the game
when he's taking
over a wedding that my wife went to, and I was like, see ya.
God damn it.
His freaking internet signal. He's upgraded his internet, folks.
Yeah, he's up to 6 Mbps.
I did.
$100 a month.
Yeah.
He has upgraded.
Is that funny, Riley? You better quit laughing, Riley. Time for bedtime.
This is Shane's son, Riley. Riley, my son Tate asked me today. He's like, when are we going to do the Riley, Tate, and Devin show on Bears Barroom? He was asking me literally this morning, are you going to be up for that? Or are you going to get shy?
Yeah, I'll be up for it.
Riley, now my daughter's almost 2, and I'm assuming that you're still wearing pull-ups. What is it like?
Oh, he's taking a shot at
how do you transition? How do I transition Addison to pull-ups? Don't be whispering. Don't be feeding him lines.
Yeah, you can't feed him lines, Shane. Get after him, Riley.
He's like, no, I don't want to. He's on video now. Video is forever, Riley. When you're
something to say to
13.
Greg.
So it's got to be clever, because when you get older, you're going to be like, why did I say that?
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to.
Sandlin's going to get so mad at me when he finds out I'm picking on his buddy.
I think I've been replaced in my family. I think Sandlin's Riley's father.
Right. That's right. Go to bed.
Riley said, I was
Greg's
trying to get
terrible.
Riley to say anything. Greg, why is your mom at my house right now?
He wouldn't say. He wouldn't do it. Poor Riley got scared by Greg with the
Yeah,
slow
he's so
internet.
rude. And then
Slow
see how that guy
internet.
is? I'm from the region, Riley.
I'm not from Chicago. I'm from Chicago. How does
He's gonna hate me. He's gonna hate me.
Anyway,
I better lay off.
We're all going to Tennessee. You're gonna get Greg in real time. Yes, Riley has hit puberty when he was 3 and lost his virginity 2 days ago. That
2 days later.
No, 2 days later.
He's a Marsaw. Come on.
That's right.
He ain't gonna wait around. He discovered he had an erection. He said, "Let me put this to use."
So yeah, we want you Bears fans, barflies worldwide. Let us know if you're gonna go. Aldo's gonna get you a special code, and you'll be able to get a highly discounted price and be a part of this whole weekend of chaos. And hopefully Greg's internet signal doesn't travel with him, and he'll be all right.
Oh man.
We'll always have technical.
Is Jenny gonna let you go to the Nashville game? Have you asked her yet?
Jenny's coming with. Jenny won't miss the Nashville trip. She loves Nashville. That's a great town.
Is Barb going?
Great town. Barb might come. You never know. Or we'll leave Addison with her and, have a weekend off from the diaper changing.
All right. Yes. We move on now. After the Tennessee game, the Chicago Bears.
It's that BJ Rydell with the mustache right there.
He did right down with the mustache. And what is going on with his right hand? It looks like
it's broken.
That looks like Addison when she was out of the bathroom screaming for her daddy's help.
Oh, Jesus.
It does. It's kind of how she looked when I picked her up.
You're fine. You shut up. Daddy's trying to watch TV.
Oh my God. That looks like a prediction by the, what is his name? Lemonhead? What's his
Who knows?
Yeah,
somebody else younger than me.
His fingers look like he was like reaching
all I
down.
ever heard,
Cousins with a dislocated wrist.
His fingers look like
Banked it.
that hand that you make when you're like reaching down in between your seats, like for a French fry or whatever that your kid dropped.
Right. Whatever
you come
falls
up and
in
it's,
between.
Yeah.
I agree, Matt Kedro.
You know what I like about this is we played the Vikings in a night game in mid-November a couple of years ago, so there's some symmetry there. We have
It's
some
the
good
swag
good
man's
time.
birthday that day, Greg.
There you go.
You know what
We're
that
gonna make him a t-shirt.
That means he's going.
That's right. It's
Means he's going.
At
He's going to be in the
Soldier
tunnel of love with Greg. It'll be
There
just
you
us
go.
two because nobody else will be allowed in.
I thought we were supposed to have a
Yeah.
swag man commercial tonight. What
Do
do you
we
do?
have
What do
one?
you do? Drop the ball on that?
He didn't get it together, Aldo? Did he say
Aldo, it's in the Dropbox. You didn't see it?
No, I'm sorry. Is it really in the
He
drop?
never sees anything in the drop.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, just wait for Aldo to say, "Oh, it is. It's there."
You want to see something from the Dropbox?
Yeah, just give us some. What do we got?
Nothing interesting. We move on.
I gave a
That'll
John
bring in the
Jenkins.
Patreon.
I made
That'll
a
bring in the
nice-
Patreon people right there.
Can
We
you
got
show the
nothing.
John Jenkins graphic that I made that you didn't show?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That was dope.
I was a little disorganized.
It's okay. We're learning as we're going.
So, how many people in the chat room are heading to Nashville? We want to see that. Who's going to be there?
Michael says it's always in the Dropbox.
It's always in the Dropbox.
We don't care about you, Greg Braggs. We know you'll be there.
I'll be there.
The question is the amount of people that are going to Nashville. Will the Bears barroom crew make the game, or will we be in jail, Phil?
I don't know. The odds are really.
I know Phil's
stacked
gonna have an empty beer bottle. Dumps over
against-
somebody's head.
I can't wait.
I see certain people there.
If that happens, we're going live because I will piss my pants live on air.
There will be confrontation. Is that
No, there won't be.
There will be.
Oh, no, there won't be. It's
I
Nashville. It's the city of love and music. Just let the music
live
take
on
a
the
hold. You're a music.
Nashville.
You're a music person.
Greg
You'll
will be
feel the-
like, "Do you have a pool in your hotel room, George? I'll be right over."
I'm a pool guy. I like pools.
Phil's got a pool. I got
have a pool. I have a pool with a deck.
You guys are way too far.
We don't live in the region, though, Phil.
We don't live in.
You'd have to have an extra special pool for me to make a trip like that.
Aldo, do you have a pool?
No, I do not have a pool.
I want a pool so bad. I want a lazy river around my pool, but that's another day.
Would
All right, so after the Vikings game, we moved to week
like Greg's.
There he is.
There's Greg's.
Hi, Greg. He doesn't get it.
I don't get your stupid joke.
Hi, Greg. There he is. There he is.
Oh my god! If you're not,
how do you not get that?
If you're listening on the podcast,
it's not enough posters on that graphic. So
Greg left, and Aldo kept his video on the screen, and we thought he was there, and then he wasn't answering, and now the bye week.
I see. I thought you were talking about all the
posters to him too.
Because Phil was saying my room was kind of looking like Matt Nagy's draft room a little bit.
But that's back to Nashville real quick. If anybody that's going, you have to order a Bears Barroom T-shirt to wear on the meetup when we all meet up in Nashville.
That's right. That's
because
right.
If you show up with a Bears Barroom T-shirt, Aldo will buy you a beer. Everybody.
Boom.
And Greg
and Phil will write you a song.
Phil
will write you a song.
I will definitely write you a song.
What bar we meeting at?
Greg
Tootsie's?
Greg will blow smoke in your face.
Now, here's the thing.
We don't know yet.
I don't blow smoke.
One of the things that Donna is working on is if we can all hook this up where we are all in the same hotel, then she will work with the hotel to get a conference room. And at this conference room on Saturday night before the game, we'll have liquor there, we'll have pizza there, and we'll do a live show from there. So that's the goal of what we're trying to build on. So it is first about trying to get a number for the agency and for the hotel. And if we have a locked in month number and people by a certain date book their rooms, then boom, it takes off, and we can schedule this whole thing and have one great hell of a barroom party. So
that'll have to be the Barroom Wives show because they will all be there.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Will Hila go on the mic though?
I'll make her.
All right.
Yes, there is. I've already checked it out.
Yep.
Yeah, Jenny will be there. So. Bring your wives. Everybody bring them. You have to come, Shane, no matter what.
I'm there. If we can get if the events.
It's a little annoying that because I want you to come to Nashville, but I also want you to come to Chicago.
Yes, Cali Bear. He wants to know, how do I order a shirt? Can we make sure where's the
put the link up?
Where's the link?
Where is
not
it?
In the YouTube channel.
Why don't you fucking make a graphic with the link?
Exactly. Can we make a graphic with the
link?
Well,
Cali Bears, Alex Acevedo is in the chat, and he will always take care of you as the swag man of the swag shop.
Alex, write it in the chat. Aldo will put it on the bottom of the screen. There you go. I'm thinking.
Look at Acevedo pining for mic time in the chat room.
Look at that. We don't need
Look at that kid.
We just need.
We'll let you on the mic, but you have 3 minutes, not 3 hours.
I've noticed lately there've been a lot of people reaching out to me, about wanting to get on 100 proof.
Well, how is that going to happen? We could bring someone on tonight.
That's part of the Patreon.
Patreons are going to come on. We're going to go live at any time, bringing people into the show.
At any time, Greg. So be ready.
Anytime, Greg.
As part of the Patreon program, if you allow Shane to have access to your mom.
My son just texted me from upstairs and says, "Daddy, is Bragg's mom really here?"
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah, Riley? Are you listening? Why don't you come on down and quit running away? You little shit.
Put it in the bottom ticker. That's a great idea.
Somebody send me the link.
You send him the link, Acevedo?
Send him,
Jesus.
send him the link, Acevedo.
Send Aldo the link.
I'll get it. I'll find it. Let me go off. You guys jerk each other off for a while.
Where's Phil Rainey when you need him?
That's Shane's line. That's Shane's
my
line.
Hey, I just.
Well, we all jerking each other off.
If that isn't referenced once 100 proof, then it's not 100 proof.
Really going back though, seriously. In this game, I think the Bears match up well.
What game are we talking about?
The Titans.
The Titans or the Vikings?
I thought we moved like 2 games past the Titans.
Yeah, we were at the Vikings.
I took us back.
Too.
But now
you took us back, so I'm saying that I like the match. Do you want to go into the Vikings?
He's breaking it.
Oh, I'm not. Listen, I've said this 100 times. I know Aldo doesn't agree with me. He's more of a pro Vikings. That team does not scare me with Kirk Cousins. They just don't. They don't. I like some of the things they did in the draft, but I am not whatsoever scared of the Vikings.
Look at this. This is production on the fly. Like we always tell you guys, you listeners on the pod, right now Aldo has put www.facebook.com/Bears Barroom Swag. All one word.
He's on Twitter as well. So if you're on Twitter, at Bears Barroom Swag is his Twitter handle.
Barroom Swag is his handle. So you could get your barroom swag. They got a Tape Never Lies shirt that I'm fired up about. The Tape Never Lies. We're working on the smartest man in the barroom. 100 proof hats, shirts.
Lady Bear said she wants 6 of the Smartest Man t-shirts.
Why wouldn't she?
She's going to wear a Draft Dr. Phil one on a Thursday, but me on the other 6 days.
Rocked his shirt today. Who was that? I missed. That was Edward Loya. Look at you. Shout out to you. Look at Ed's got his shirt on in his.
He's got my shirt on. There you go.
Look at this.
I think Stanlin's got like a Bears barroom closet, right?
I don't think he's bought any of the new gear. I think
Sandlin needs to do one of those videos. You ever seen one of those videos where a guy has like a million jerseys and he just keeps taking them off? Sandlin's going to have to do that with all his shirts.
Yeah, maybe Acevedo and Sandlin can get together and do a promo video that we could debut here.
Oh, he ordered 4, Phil.
100 proof.
4 more on the way.
Who did?
Chris Sandlin.
Look at that. I thought you and Acevedo had some professional discrepancies that you weren't happy. Judah, Ghost of Judah. Ghost of Judah tribe is always on the Tape Never Lies comments. Look, you need to see you in a Tape Never Lies t-shirt. That's definitely.
Is he talking about the Phil Rainey Tape Never Lies or the Phil Atochin Tape Never Lies?
I'm sure he's talking about the original Tape Never Lies. So get your swag, wear that down. We will make sure we take care of you. All barflies are going to be uniting down in Nashville, wearing your swag, supporting the bar room. That just means a lot. There it is right there. If you're listening, again, you can follow Alex, who really has been busting his ass on Twitter as well, at Bears Barroom Swag, as Greg said, as well as the Facebook. So the people that have gotten, it'll be a lot of people to shout out, but all they've said is, yo, I fucking love these shirts. Love what's going on. Alex was truly professional, has helped us out, and people have gone back and bought more. So that's what you realize, that he is doing such a good job. Although Shane keeps picking on him for coming on and talking for 3 hours about swag.
Yeah, we need more updates on the fucking structure of the cotton in the shirt.
Alex has a passion. It's funny. Well, what we're talking about, he gets it. This is going to be a cloth-based shirt.
It's going to be cloth-based, yeah. And then there's going to be
Alex.
52.3% cotton.
And the hats are looking sharp. So I'm going to get me a hat. Alex texted me today and said a hoodie is on its way. So I'll rock that next show. So you guys, because I'm a big hoodie guy, even in the summer. I like to wear a hoodie, sweat, work out, and take it. So you see my Bears Barroom hats. They're so beat up because I love to rock them and support the barroom. If you're a true ambassador, you need to just, it helps us make this product where it is, and it helps you because I think you look even more handsome or beautiful wearing swag.
Hey, can we do a
wife's in the promo wearing some swag?
Do a PSA on the PSA show here? Something that I found out tonight, and Aldo, I don't know if you knew it or not. In the private chat, if our guest is online with us,
he can see what we're talking.
He can see what we're saying.
I just saw that too.
I was like,
that's good to know going forward.
Like, who's smoke detectors chirping? I looked out. John Jenkins goes, "Oh, it's mine." Then he fucking walked out of the room.
Yes,
that was awesome.
Yeah, it was. Keeping it real.
Keeping it 100. Vikings win. We have their number. I'm not afraid of them. Shane isn't afraid of them. I actually look forward to playing them because I feel like
I think we're in Kirk Cousins' head. I think that defense is in his head. I really do.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. He does not play well against the Chicago Bears.
Well, the key to their game is the run game, and the Bears have shown they can shut them down. And they came in hot as blazes with the run game. When they came in October, and the Bears just shut the door on them.
Exactly.
And they're down one of their, well, not down because they traded him, but their
receiver.
Yep. Diggs goes to Buffalo, so that's a big deal. It is a real big deal.
I totally agree. And I think, Greg, to that point, I think that's where the Chicago Bears get overlooked, is their ability to stop the run on so many of these teams, making them one-dimensional.
Yep.
Now they have to get that offense in gear, even if it's a middle-of-the-pack offense. I'm telling you.
You make them one-dimensional with Quinn and Mac,
oh my God,
then that's when the floodgates open.
And I think if the Bears offense
and you have a third
15, 16, you're going to win. You're going to go to the playoffs.
You have a third legitimate guy that knows how to get after the quarterback. He's super raw, but he's got the traits. He's in a perfect spot there in Gibson.
Talking about the rookie.
Yeah. And I'm very interested to see how they incorporate him because he's going to be a guy that you're rotating in there when, people are broke down, and when people are tired, then you're going to bring in a third fastball to throw at him. And the Bears have not had that. They haven't, because Isaiah Irving, he's a try-hard guy. He's just not that guy. He's not. He can't string together moves. Aldo, you all right, man?
Aldo's wondering where this money is at.
Where the fuck is that?
I was laughing at the quote.
Kirk Cousins is making Aldo Gandia money.
Yeah, right.
That was a weird face.
Aldo's been holding out on
How
us.
much is Mike North paying you? Jesus Christ.
Mike, there's only 3 of us on the show. I just
oh, yeah. What was that all about? Did you hear that last night?
Yeah.
The Mike North quote? 19 people on 100 proof.
There's 3 of us here, Mike. I'm going to do the math.
Really? There's 3?
There's
Hey,
three
what am I-
and a chat
And
guy.
a chatterbait.
Chop fucking liver over there. There's fucking three.
You're still a
I see 4 boxes. One, two.
You're still
Your
Ryan from
internet's
The
still-
Office.
Your internet's still connected.
Yeah.
He freaks out when there's a lot of people talking over one another. So the first or second time he came on, he calls me. He goes, "How many people are on that show? It sounds like there's 10 or 12." I go, "No, it's just."
Is that why he went on Shy Faz with 4 guys last night?
Oh, Mike, we could do math here. Come on the show. I've challenged the guy to come back and just acknowledge us that we're here, Mike.
He says he's coming back on, but he just wants to make sure that you're calling in sick that day.
Yeah,
You got to bring him on the video now.
kidding.
Once he sees the video,
see
then
the
it'll
vape
all
pop
make
out in
sense
Phil's
to
forehead?
Mike.
He doesn't even remember I'm in the bar room, Mike. I'm actually,
Yeah, he does forget about you for
Oh
some.
God.
Oh my God! What the?
Oh, is that a
Actually, that's appropriate for the Packers, isn't it?
Yeah.
green?
That guy's name, that's a Aeronator on his jersey.
Does it? I don't
No, I
see
think isn't that the guy that was sleeping around with teenage girls in the swimming pool? That tight end guy.
Oh, what the fuck was his name? Frank
Mark
Chamura. Mark
Chamura.
Chamura.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. So, anyways, that is a huge game because it's at Lambeau. It is a Sunday night game, week 12 against the Green Bay Packers. And by that time of the season, I have a prediction. Aaron Rodgers will not be playing. I just have a gut feeling that he is just going to break down this season, and that by the time the Bears go up to Lambeau Field, they will be facing who's their second string quarterback this year? Oh, Jordan Love.
Well, I forget who it was, but they were talking about that they nobody should be surprised about the Green Bay making the move at quarterback, because they said that the head coach and the front office is sick of the Aaron Rodgers fucking game behind the scenes, and that's why they've done it. And they think that the move is going to come quicker than people think.
Yep.
So you could be onto something, Aldo. And I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how that evolves, really, because if they end up trading him, man, that's going to be very interesting to see how that entire thing develops there.
Yeah, I am.
There's no way they can go 3 for 3 on quarterbacks, 3 consecutive. No way. I mean, you caught lightning in a bottle.
Don't jinx it.
No,
don't
fuck
jinx
that.
it.
I'm with Shane. And Jordan Love is you talk about a developmental quarterback, that is him. And if he's going to turn out to be a good quarterback, then he is going to need those 2 or 3 years behind Aaron Rodgers and really soaking that stuff in. You've got to have, one of the things I was dying to talk with you guys, Shane and Phil, especially because I haven't heard you guys comment on it. And I don't know, Phil, if you've been watching The Last Dance, but I know you're not a big NBA fan, Phil, but the one thing that you walk away from, and every competitor that watches that series should walk away with, this is the fucking recipe in order to be the fucking best.
Dude, you're fucking psychic tonight. First I sign on, and you're putting the Instagram while I was trying to type it into I don't know if it looks right. Steph's like, you should put your Instagram under your name, like so people can follow you there. And I was like, okay, I'll try. And I was doing that. But Steph and I started watching. It was actually her call. She's like, hey, you want to watch that last call? I was like, I'm a fucking lucky dude. Like, because my wife actually wants to watch that. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do
The
it.
Last Dance?
Last Dance. Sorry, last call. Last Dance. So we watch it. Aldo, I'm at episode 3. So this coach, Doug Collins, obviously I was a Magic Johnson fan. Jordan came into the league, and I was like,
nobody's perfect.
This guy is unbelievable, Michael Jordan. But going into the behind the scenes to what you're saying, this is what I was taught. And when I saw Doug Collins and Michael Jordan's disposition and attitude, he's already the best. Mm-hmm. That's why I was like, this is like Khalil Mack. Like if Khalil Mack had more of an outgoing personality,
I think you'd see that
You're only on episode 3. Just wait, bro. Just wait.
Seriously. The
You ain't
latest,
seen nothing yet, man.
The latest episode, at the end of episode 7, Phil, he describes why he's driven the way he is. And he literally says it in perfect detail. He lays it out exactly how he approaches the game. And in my opinion, how Michael approached life wasn't just about basketball to him. He was competitive about everything. Whether you were playing poker with him or if you tried to not sign him to a different shoe company, didn't want to sign him, anybody. And that's what drove him, and obviously his supreme talent, but to have that work ethic, to always want to be better than the guy across from you was I mean, I'm telling you, he laid it out in perfect detail in the last episode.
Yeah, not to give anything away, which it won't, but it just the more you watch Phil, there's a point where he makes up a conversation in his head that wasn't true, that the media all bought into, that they thought that there was it was the kid from the Bullets. I'm forgetting his name.
Charles, what the hell is his name?
Charles Bentley, right? Or Charles Brandt? Sorry, I'm
LeBrad. Yeah, was it LeBradford
Smith? Thank you.
LeBradford Smith. He went off against Jordan, had like 32 or whatever.
Right.
And then they asked Jordan because LeBradford went up to Jordan after the game, said something. They asked Jordan what he said to him. And Jordan said, yeah, good game, Mike. Well, he didn't say that.
Right.
And everybody was like, oh. And so Jordan built this up in his own brain to get him motivated because they had a back-to-back. They were playing Washington the next night. So he told BJ Armstrong, he goes, I'm going to go hang 32 on this kid in the first half, what he did in the whole game. And at the end when halftime came up, Jordan had 36.
Mm-hmm.
But he made up that quote to fire himself up. And I mean, this is the point, and whatever, I'm not going to get in. I don't want to get into a basketball debate, but this is what fires me up. There is no debate when you're talking LeBron versus Michael. There's not. Michael Jordan was the ultimate competitor, not in basketball, in all of team sports. Right. There's nothing like him. Nothing. He's building things up in his brain to fucking destroy you in game 58 in the regular season. That really doesn't mean a whole bunch. That's right. How he was. They said when he was drinking coffee, if you were sitting next to him, he wanted to finish his coffee first. That's like a legitimate thing. And I get exhausted just thinking about living your life that way with everything. And David Robinson was on a podcast talking about him. He said, I tried to hang with Michael during the Olympics. We went out and played 36 hole. I've golfed before. I don't know if you guys have ever golfed. 36 holes of golf, that's no fucking joke by itself, man. I mean, you can play 18, and depending on the weather, you can be fucking rubber-legged after that. Aldo, I know you golf.
Oh, yeah.
I've
played, what is when you play 18 holes? That's 52 holes or whatever it is. And my
54.
My fucking feet were calloused, and I was like, never fucking again will I do that. Never.
Jordan went out and played 36 and then went and played a fucking Olympic basketball game that night.
Exactly.
And then stayed up until 4 a.m. playing cards. Got up the next morning and played another 36 and then played another fucking game. Yep. And David Robinson's like, I couldn't even perform in the game the night before because I had no legs. And Jordan was just nonstop. And I mean,
he was a different cat, man. I mean, Kendall Gill said the story. They're playing poker at his house, and Kendall's beating him and taking his money. And he wouldn't leave Kendall Gill's house until he was beating him in the money. And it was like 6 a.m. and Kendall Gill was like, Michael Jordan's in my house. And I was like, dude, I just want this guy to leave. Please get out of here, you know? And I think that's what it is. Like, I think there are people that are as competitive as Michael, but they don't have the basketball ability. Or, you know, it's like he was the full combination of everything. And honestly, a perfect superstar for Chicago, because you have to have that kind of mentality to make it through, you know, those early years of trials and tribulations that he did go through, like any athlete goes through. And I think that's the other thing I like about this series is it shows, you know, it wasn't a walk in the park. He's the greatest of all time, but it wasn't a walk in the park.
Read the screen, Greg.
What? Am I?
Oh my God.
My ears are bleeding.
Terrible.
Look at that. It's fucking.
I'm
Put your
back
head
now.
up. You're
I'm
bending.
back.
You're hunched over. Like the
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh my God, Greg, droning on and on. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Larison said it. Larison's going to stop funding Bears Barroom. He's going to fire your ass.
But that's what I'm saying, though. He was just
this to bring it back to football. Because
Please.
that's what this is. The best ones have a different switch that they turn on. And
can you imagine Jordan getting up there and saying, "Yeah, we're thinking about turning off all the TVs in the locker room." You know?
The things that bothered him motivated him.
That's the way it should be.
There's that quote from the news writer, and this is Walter Payton-esque. He paid attention to say, "Fuck you. I'm going to fucking prove your dumb ass wrong because you don't know shit." When Jordan goes up to in the playoffs, you said that we were going to lose. You said we were going to lose this one. And now tonight, you're going to be wrong again.
Yeah, that was against Cleveland in '89.
And that's him paying attention to what everybody's saying. Remember how, to your point, and you took it from me, when you aren't paying attention, my wife's like, wow, he was listening to everybody. The opposite of Mitch and other quarterbacks and other people that have played for the Chicago Bears or football. Listen, I'm no Michael Jordan, stacked stories, whatever. For what I did, I listened. And I said, I used every bit of my ability to be the best that I could be. I wasn't 6'6" and 212 pound or 20 pound, whatever he is, and could move and be that fluid of an athlete. And on top of that, have the work ethic and the passion for the game and the drive. Those are the special ones. And I compare it to Walter Payton. I know they were friends, and that's why he's so great. The great ones, as you said, they know. Harp, I'm totally there with you. They know, and that's where you got to find them, and that's where your GM has to find. And that's why you trade 2 first-round picks for Khalil Mack, because he is a great one. I said it before. I'll say it live on the air with my face. Walter Payton is the #1 Bears player I've ever seen. When I watch tape of Khalil Mack, it infuriates me, the narrative that I see drawn up by these fucking people, including people that I know that don't understand the goddamn ability that he's giving you every fucking play. You've never played. You don't even know what it's like to get smashed in the fucking face, held every down, frustrated because the sack boys at PFF want to see your scores and don't understand what's going on. That's why Robert Quinn was here. That's why that was the big move, because they knew in order to make, what did the GM, as much as he's a shithead, what did he do? He fucking understood you got to get Rodman in here. You got to get these tough motherfuckers. They're going to help the beating that this guy's taking, because everybody, well, how did the fucking bad boys beat him? They cheated. They fucking buried him every time he came in. So how do you do that? You fight fire with fucking fire.
There you go.
And that's got to be brought to this football team here, because play calling, we've gone through it, the offensive line, all of that stuff. At the end of the day, rise the fuck up. Man the fuck up. Go out there and play the kind of football
that you know that you can, because if competition is too hard for you, and what fucking Phil Simms' son is saying, and what fucking Matt Miller and Peter Bukowski and the blog and all the sources are saying, you have the power, Mitch, to control every fucking narrative by going out there and fucking being you. Not in the naggy fucking narrative way, but being who you are. Study, work, do the fucking things when no one's looking, right? Walter Payton would say, the great ones do the shit. What do you do when no one's watching you? You work your hard. No one fucking got punished for working hard. And that is going to set the tone. So everything's in Mitch's court, in my opinion. That fucking show, I get so fired the fuck up when I watch Jordan, because that's greatness. If God gave me an ounce of height, Aldo, I told Shane, I believe it in my heart. Anyone that knows me, you see the video highlight of me throwing a football 48 or 58 yards into a hoop. If I was 6'1", I'm in the NFL. No one could convince me that I wouldn't be. I would be a quarterback at Penn State. That's what I wanted to do, and I would go to the NFL. I believe that because I know I worked my ass off, and I fucking punished people that were 12, 30, 40, 50 pounds heavier than me. That's the kind of attitude you got. So when I go crazy on the tape or here, or I'm complaining about something, like people are fucking telling me Buster Screen isn't good, and I watch tape and I'm like, what are you fucking watching? What game are you watching? Because Buster Screen is one of the best nickel corners in the NFL. So I just get amped up. In comparison with Jordan, the best of all time, just like you said, Shane, there's no doubt. I was a Magic fan. I would fight everybody. He's better than Bird. He's the best. And now you look at it, Jordan is the epitome of what Walter was. It's why I'm a Bears fan. Those two, I go to my wife after the last episode, she fell asleep. I'm like, how blessed has Chicago been? They had Walter Payton and they had fucking Michael Jordan. Who's the next one to rise up? That's why we're here on 100 Proof.
There you go. Very well said.
Little rant.
Yeah, that was, man, I wish I had my drop rant, but I got a lot of shit going on and trying to get through this schedule. Let's see, where are we at? Holy shit, what the fuck is that? I'm scared.
Is that a Texan or a donkey?
I don't know what the fuck that is. I think it's race. Whatever it is. It's like
a cowboy or steer. Buffalo. Oh my god.
That's awful, man.
They all look like they've taken acid.
They do.
Fuck the rest of the schedule. This pisses me off.
Oh my god.
All right, so the schedule, as I look at it now, I am just going to say this. We're not going to talk about it anymore. I'm just going to say that you begin by thinking you can win every fucking game, right?
Right.
Come on.
Well, the Bears are talented enough to.
Right. I hate it when coaches or even players say, 14-2 would be a good season. Really? You're already thinking about losing 2 games?
No.
Fuck that. We're going to win every game. Now, the mentality really is just think about the next game and don't worry about the other 15. But if you have that mentality of win the next game, then by the end of the season, you should be 16-0. And that's the way I start out every fucking goddamn season. Now, there's a realistic person in me that says, okay, this team has got these players that are a little bit better and so forth. But no, right now, May 13th, I'm saying 16-0. And anyone that wants to argue with that, I'm ready to argue. And in a month or two, I might be dissuaded by that, but I like our chances to go out there and have a really fucking outstanding season. And I really believe that Mitch Trubisky is going to step up and play to the potential that Ryan Pace envisioned that he would have. And if he doesn't, then, Nick Foles hopefully will take us to the promised land. All right.
To your point, real quick.
Sure.
On the schedule and everything.
Again, psychic Aldo tonight. That's the theme. Like, in what game in the schedule are you saying we're losing that game?
Right.
Oh, we're getting beat.
What the fuck?
Like, I just don't see one. In fact, the only game that I think is going to be on paper that I'm like, oh, okay, they're going to be tough was the Saints game. Because I feel like those guys match up against because you could stop the run against them and they're going to kill you down the seams and over the top. But you got to combat that. That being said, anybody could throw 11-5, 10-6, 9-7. The reality is when you look at this football team, the defense wins championships. The team is a reflection of your head coach. He has to embrace the fact that you're a defensive first football team. For 3 years, you've tried to find out who your identity is. Time's up, coach. 5 wide, empty set. Who the fuck are you? That's your job. If you can't go into preseason and practice hard and get them ready to define who they are, you failed this football team, because on paper, it doesn't lie to me that this team could beat anybody on their schedule and do it handedly. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Excellent. All right. Any final thoughts before we move on? I like that thinking.
Oh, shit!
I knew it was coming. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I hope Barb is nice and comfortable back there in my closet. Yeah.
He's the smartest man. He's the one who delivers the mail, calls out dumb tweets, because the guy, like Jordan, is tireless. He always picks up the phone and texts back. He's not like Greg Braggs, overwhelmed or too busy with this damn virus. These are the dumbest tweets of the week, and he's the smartest man.
Yes, he is. He is indeed the smartest man. If you're joining us for the first time, and I know we've got a lot of new listeners or viewers in this case, this is the part of the show where Shane Marsaw, the smartest man in the barroom, identifies tweets that he thinks, and I think we usually all agree, are the dumbest of the week. I think you got 2 or 3 for us this week, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think so. Do we have graphics, Aldo?
We do. You tell me where you're going to start, and then I'll put the graphic up.
I'll start with your favorite reporter from the Chicago Sun-Times. Look at you. All I had to say was your favorite. You put him up there.
Oh, my God. And this is a perfect segue for what I was just saying.
I always butcher this guy's name. What is it? Leisure?
Leisure, correct.
Jason Leisure.
The leisure section.
Right. So no need to sound the alarm yet, but the Bears have some questions to answer on defense for the first time in a couple of years. Now, if you open up this, listen, it's understandable. I can say that there's some questions. We don't know how strong safety is going to play out. Danny Trevathan's another year older, coming off of an injury. Robert Quinn, how is he going to transition? I get it, but they're good football players. The thing that drives me crazy is Jason's main point of contention in this article that he wrote is to refer back to the laziest narrative in all the land, in saying that Robert Quinn is a 4-3 defensive end that doesn't put up a lot of good numbers while he's standing up as an edge or an outside linebacker. And Jason, watch the Bears football games. That's all you need to do. The Bears are in nickel 73% of the time. 73% of the time. If they're in nickel, that means Robert Quinn's hand is where, Phil?
In the dirt.
In the dirt, Jason. It's simple football. Just watch the game. That's all I'm asking you to do. Play some games back. I mean, is it free? Is it still free?
Game Pass, yes.
Game Pass, Phil. Greg just found out his mom is really here.
So hard on leisure.
But yeah, 73% of the time the Bears defense is in nickel, where Robert Quinn's hand is going to be in the dirt. And why are you making this an issue right now? I mean, if there's anything, if you want to talk about Robert Quinn dropping into coverage sometimes, we can have that conversation. But at the end of the day, guess what? The Bears didn't pay him $70 million, or what is it, $30 million guaranteed over the first 2 years to come here to drop into coverage. They did that with Leonard Floyd because that's what Leonard Floyd
he couldn't rush
succeeded at. Yeah, he couldn't get to the quarterback.
So they made him useful.
It's just
they let him go for this reason.
But it's just to me, it's really looking for something to complain about when it's so easy. I mean, if you watch 2 quarters, watch one half of one Chicago Bears football game and chart where Khalil Mack lines up. Watch what he does. Watch how many times his hand is in the dirt. It's that simple. I don't know what else to say. Jason's probably very, very good at what he does, but to make that the core of your article, to say that that's why there's questions, and you're Ryan Pace had a quote in his article saying that they're not too worried about it, and Jason's like, well, that's great. You're not worried about it, but you should be. Well, no, that means you're not doing your job. Go back to covering hockey. Sorry.
Go back to karaoke. Hey, you got a quick question here, Phil, from Bear Truth 9. Do you think you have seen enough of Quinn to say he believes to be an effective pass rusher from both sides? I believe he's really only seen him rush from the left tackle primarily. You know what? I can answer that question. Quinn prefers to be on the right side, and Mac prefers to be on the left side. So it's a marriage made in heaven.
Well, in that case, you can flip-flop. It's not like you're teaching an offensive guard to play the other side. It's just getting comfortable doing it, and it's something he does well at, rush the passer. So I would never be concerned with that. We would work on it for a week, and you'd be ready to rock and roll when you do it. So he's played a long time in the NFL. I'm certain that someone could delve into some statistics where he has lined up on the left side of a formation and played the front and was able to do well. So I'm not concerned about that at all.
Phil, as a coach, answer this part of it. And this is very important, and nobody has talked about this. Lining up, you can be comfortable at one spot. You can be comfortable standing up or putting your hand in the dirt.
Right.
How much of a difference does it make when you're playing next to Eddie Goldman, Akeem Hicks, Khalil Mack, Roquan Smith, Danny Trevathan, Roy Robertson Harris? How much of a difference does that make? How much easier does that make your job? And that's even more of a red flag towards Leonard Floyd, who had that talent around him and still didn't succeed when it was one-on-one.
Mm-hmm. And I would harp on it, no pun intended, harp 4803, all the time, because on the tape, in a brawl, you would lose with that kind of analysis, because it's not okay to drop into coverage or be hyped about somebody setting an edge. That should happen with the undrafted kid that's made it into the NFL. The reality of going up in the draft, just like, it's so funny to me. It's like you're burying Mitch Trubisky because they went up and drafted him. All those analysts I listed, thank you, Shane, for giving me that stuff, had Mitch Trubisky #1 quarterback. #1, all the way down. Riddick, all these critics of him, they've been the loudest of all, have all criticized him now because it's fun. It's okay to pile on somebody. That went with my other rant. But with Leonard, they did the same thing. They traded up to get him. And I eloquently in 2018 did a whole thing on Leonard Floyd. I did it. And I had fucking sausage boys and fucking guys that make butter for a living attacking it as if it wasn't happening in front of them on tape every fucking day. So I don't know what to tell you other than Leonard was traded up to get to the quarterback as a pass rusher. He was a pass rusher and he couldn't rush the passer. He couldn't get home. So they spent $74 million to get someone that can. So whether we're going to line him up wherever, now you're going to get free one-on-ones, and that's going to help this defense because they stop the run. They have a great talent all around them, and now you get a freaking – it's like, what is it in baseball? You get the closer. You had the fucking guy that goes in and fucking throws 101 mile an hour fastballs and fucking takes the game and puts an end to it. That's what having a great pass rusher opposite an all-time great pass rusher. Like you all got, I hate to go back to this, but I hate the fact that you forget what Mac did in year one with Khalil coming in on 10 days, trade. He goes into Green Bay, fucking destroys that whole fucking game, and somehow we lose. Head coach dropped by Kyle Fuller, whatever you're going to have your narrative.
That's the end of the game right there, that pick.
Right.
He picks that off, game over.
But it oversteps the reality that your team won the NFC North in part, obviously, led by Khalil Mack. Now we needed Leonard to grow. We needed to he just can't do it. So you did what the only thing I get pissed at is the GM being political. Just say we had to get better there. Like, you know how far that would go to everybody that loves the Bears if he said, you know what? We needed to get better there. That's why Leonard was a good player. Leonard, we like Leonard. He's got a great get off. All that shit. I know you're never going to win the press or whatever, but a little transparency in front of the audience goes back to the locker room. And then you could be consistent in that we're not going to have fucking bums on our fucking team. Like, don't say that shit in the locker. Say it to the fans, say it to the locker room, and be consistent across the fucking board. And you are going to go to the Super Bowl with that kind of mentality. That's what a championship does. If you take an attitude and approach like Michael Jordan, it's the perfect time. Learn from it. That's his expectation. You have it for everybody. So when Jenkins is on here talking about Jay Rodgers, I purposefully asked him, does he like nitpick on the other guys, or does he consistently approach every player as the same? And you got the great information there.
He's one of the very best coaches on this entire roster.
Right.
Either side of the ball. And he's going to be a head coach. Jay Rodgers is in time.
Maybe
he's going to be
our head coach. I just need someone that's going to get it. Maybe Matt Nagy's learned now, and he's going to take ownership. I will never say never, but I want to see it right here, though, in this, diatribe with this fucking stupid reporter talking X's and O's that he has no fucking clue. You're going to step back. You've gotten better. You've gotten better with the pass rush. You got better with the safety. Gibson is a huge upgrade to Clinton Dix. You kidding me? Huge upgrade to him. So those two moves alone, combined with Buster Screen and the communication, as I was talking about on the surprise show, those things are going to go a long way. And now you're filling in with, is the rookie corner, is the kid from the CFL going to play the corner? Because I don't know if you heard, 90 days, 2 days later, Prince Amukamara signed with Vegas. I was getting a text.
Actually, speaking of signing with Vegas, Aldo, can you pop on real quick?
Sure.
I got a question for you. I was listening to Mike North with Jiggets today.
Mm-hmm.
What was your take on their philosophy that the Bears should have dumped money into Kwiatkowski. And I mean, Jiggets made the comment that he goes, of course you had to resign Danny Trevathan, but then they wanted to dump more money into a third inside linebacker, and you can't build your team that way.
Didn't make sense to me. You had a choice between Danny T and Nick,
right?
And so they went with the experience player, the leadership factor, because they're in win mode now.
Yeah.
And you know what? Nick Kwiatkowski had a really good 2019 season, and he answered some questions that we all had about his lateral movement. He's really not a sideline to sideline player, but I suspect that opposing offenses really did not take advantage of Nick K's limitations. Yes, Nick K is a great special teams player, and you all know how much I love special teams.
He's pushed weight. He's down on the priority list when you're trying to figure out where you have to, who you have to worry about. But it just caught me by surprise that Mike jumped onto what Dan was saying. I'm like, you can't pay a third inside linebacker that kind of money. You can't.
No way. You had to pick between one or the other, and I'm surprised that both of those guys kind of agreed with that. But that's kind of a no-brainer. That was easy to, in my mind. You have to go with Danny T if you're in this win now mode. And then if I don't have the Danny T's contract numbers in front of me, but I think there's an easy out after next.
There is. It's actually, if you look into it, it's actually a 7-year contract.
Oh,
the way that it's broke down, which it's obviously
for who?
But for Danny Trevathan, but it's actually obviously that's all fluff. I mean, he did the Bears service a solid by letting them do that so they can push money down the road. But it's got like voidable years, which will obviously be voided. And like Aldo said, there's an easy out quickly. So it just caught me by surprise when I was listening to the show like that. They were, I understand Jig's philosophy when he was talking about saying that you got your homegrown talent, but I mean, it's not like you're gonna. Roquan is here. This is an enormous year in his development and mental aptitude to see where he is at if he's going to take that next step, because he's got to be better. He's made plays. He's got to make more impact plays. We've talked about that here.
Let me chime in and ask you guys this. Would you rather have Robert Quinn or Nick Kwiatkowski? I mean,
good question.
Well, it's not even in the same. You cannot choose an inside linebacker, especially in this defense, over a pass rusher. Can't do it.
Exactly.
Can't do it.
That's why when people talk, and I'm not taking shot, I'm just saying it just doesn't make sense. The most important thing, second to quarterback, is pass rusher. The Bears went out and did that. He fucked up with Leonard Floyd. Okay, he did. And
I don't think any of us expected him. I think maybe there was a I think there was a
he did.
No, me too. That's what I'm saying. I think we thought that there was a chance that they would make a move at pass rusher. I was thinking maybe it was going to be more so a focus in the draft pre-Robert Quinn. But when I was driving down the road when that popped up on my phone, I'm like, whoa! It made sense to me. It really did. And I was same thing with the Harry Heatstand firing. I didn't expect them to do it, and they did it.
That too. I was a big KPL.
That one.
I thought
he's the third that you could have dumped a little bit of money into and kept him around here, because I think that there's still he started one game before he started the one game for the Bears. Yeah, and I think Washington stole him.
Yeah, that was a good football player. Bear Truth 9. Shout out to you. We're step for step there. I really was hoping, as Greg could tell or attest, Greg, that Haven Pierre Louis, I'm sure Ralphie the Haitian, he's a big barroom backer, truther. He agrees. I think that'll be a tough loss. I'm not a big believer in what your body looks like is what you play like. So Iggy, our boy, friend of the bar room's got to come in and really show us the instinctive, speedy, physical linebacker that he was drafted to be. Shane's boy and friend of the bar room as well, Josh Woods, needs to come in there and prove their worth too.
I'll reach out to him tomorrow.
We got to bring
Send him a text and get him back on because he's all over social media. He's all about. He's a big TikTok guy. Josh is. He's
get him
releasing all that. But yeah, I'll text him tomorrow and get him back on the show because
maybe he can help the Bears with their TikToks.
Yeah, really.
All right, we're moving on with the next.
What's the
terrible
next dumb
tweet
tweet?
of the week? What is the what?
What's the next dumb tweet?
Yeah, what is it?
All right, so this is from Post Sports at Post Sports. The pandemic has reminded us we don't need sports in our lives. We need less sports. I mean,
what is that?
This one is just, I think it's just trying to fire up the masses more than anything because, hey, listen, I love my family and my situation there, but man, I look at Twitter and I look at Greg, what are we on? This is day 63.
Day 63.
And it's
Roberto Garza days.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's tough, man. I mean, I was on I Have a Stream a couple of weeks ago, and Tooch asked me, "What are you watching, Shane?" I'm like, Tooch, I'm the worst possible guest ever for your show because I don't watch shit. I don't watch shows on TV. I'm watching The Last Dance. But Phil, you and I talk about this all the time. When it's draft time, that's where you and I that's where we thrive. That's what we have this sickness. Greg, how often have you talked about it? I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you do it. You guys are talking about some fucking punter from North Dakota State. You know what I mean? And but we love it. That's what we crave it. And man, I need it. I feel like an addict. I want to see these games. I'm a Dodgers fan. I'm a Bulls fan. And I mean, I found myself, Mike North mentioned it. And I'm like, he's fucking right, man. There was Korean baseball and I'm like, fuck, it's baseball. I'm going to turn it on and watch it for a little while just to see if I can get anything out of it. Not that I enjoyed it a whole lot because it's not Major League Baseball. I was more so laughing at the cardboard cutouts with masks on their face in the stands. But man, it shows you when it's taken away how big a part of your life it is because, like Hila and Riley can have their shows that they watch together. Literally 99% of my life in terms of television viewing and really everything else is based on sports. It is.
Sensei hits it right there. I mean, you're reading my mind, Sensei. How do you talk or publish or do any work in sports and not want sports? It's like what's that Ozark quote? The drop you got, Aldo, like lay down in a ball, put your dick right up your ass.
I goes, go fuck yourself. You know how to do that, right? You curl up in a little ball, you stick your dick up your ass.
Exactly. Which, by the way, I finished season 3 of the Ozarks, and I really was excited about it because I am watching TV.
Look at this guy! Holy cow!
You get
good shows.
You get my point overall, though, Phil. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like when we're sitting down watching something or breaking down a player or just taking notes on what we see, and people are like, "Man, how do you?" I don't look at it like it's a job or it's like, "Oh fuck, I got to go look at this kid." There's many mornings I've woken up and I'm like itching to go look at that. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain. I know it's a sickness. I've never played a snap of organized football in my life. And I have that sickness, and it's
I'm a little I'm a little surprised I haven't gone crazier, and I think maybe it's the timing of this pandemic that helped. Like, because at any point we were gonna lose some kind of sports, but it wasn't during the football season. You know, it was right before the start of the baseball season. So the only thing that got truly affected was the end of the basketball season so far, and everything else is still up for grabs. So, like, for me, I haven't really gone crazy like you think someone like me that goes to so many games would. But if it starts dipping into football season or next college season in the fall, that's when it's really going to start getting to me, you know. And
Right.
I'm pissed because, you know, we're you know, doing fine over here. I'm sure there's people going through much harder times than us, even though my wife is a nurse battling this day to day. But I'm pissed because now she's getting too comfy with me here every day. What happens when this pandemic lifts and I want to go back to games? She's going to be all like, oh, no, you don't. You were all here every day. But you know me, when the doors get unlocked.
Phil and I just had the same conversation the other day about you, Greg.
Well, don't you worry. I already got. I'm not worried about this because as Addie gets older, she'll be my excuse to go to games. I'm like, Addison wants to go to Wrigley. Addison wants to go to the Bears game. So it'll just be Addison will be next to me.
Better hope so. Little girls have a way of blowing your fucking mind and want to go shopping rather than sitting through a baseball game.
No.
Ask Phil about that one.
Little girls. We'll see. I ain't gonna force her into anything. I'm not like that as a parent.
Oh, I forced my kid. He was like, you need to let him pick your football team. I'm like, that's not gonna fucking happen. I'm telling you right now, not gonna happen.
You can already tell from Addison's personality, she's going to definitely be like a, you know, tougher, edgy kind of girl. She'll probably like sports if I had to guess, but we'll see.
Yeah, I will say this as Mo Bierman is reading my mind. I'm watching Dead to Me now, and Greg's loud S's on the mic are dead to me, but that show is really something you should watch.
I'm sitting back. Look how close you are to the mic right now.
Do you have a mic cover?
But every time you talk, Greg, you have it. You have like this instinct when you're doing it right now. You just lean forward. Every time you go to talk, you're like back here. Everything's cool, and then you're like,
"Well, anyway, what I'm going to talk about right now."
Well,
you do it every time. Look at you doing it right now.
You're closer to the mic right now than I am.
Because my settings are right. Yours aren't.
We need to help.
You didn't ask Jenny what your settings.
No, I need one of those covers on the mic like you guys got.
Yeah, that will be one pee popping.
See, there's directions at the bottom of your screen.
When did Larison get a hold of the freaking?
Oh, Jesus. That's messed up.
Get the dick out of your mouth, bud.
We should call him Bud all night.
He was making fun of us on his show, by the way, last night, Phil.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, the
Phil don't know.
The 100 proof guys don't like it when I say bud and dude and
I don't mind
guy
dude.
and
what is Bud?
Bro,
Bud is the word.
pal, chief.
All right, Bud.
Boss man. I'll say boss man to Aldo.
he did have the talk with Fat Mike about fucking calling every 5 seconds.
He likes to call.
He's like, well,
I just called.
Fat Mike's like,
I got a song for Mike.
Well, I think. What did he say about texting? What did he?
He does his fat
fingers. Yeah, he don't like to text.
Doesn't like to
Got
text.
fat fingers.
I'm the same way in that way. I like to talk. I like to hear your voice.
All
You
right,
called me yesterday. I didn't even pick up.
Yeah.
Moving on, we have one more bad tweet, and I think I know who it is from. It was posted about 30 minutes before we went on live, and Shane immediately said, "Hey,
This motherfucker."
he's back." Go ahead.
Oh, there he is.
Matt Miller at NFL Draft Scout. Speaking of fucking hacks, I don't know what they're fucking talking about. Man, how does this fucking dude get paid for what he does? I mean, come on. I'm not even being an asshole about this. It's mind-boggling.
Just come on 100 proof.
Yeah, there you go. Jamal, Derwin, Tyron, Minka, Anthony Harris, Harrison Smith, Earl Thomas, and probably a few more. He's listing off his best safeties. You Bear fans see anything up there that sticks out to you?
Yeah, there's no number 39.
Yeah,
Pro
exactly.
Bowl safety.
Yeah, this is Matt
All
Miller.
pro, I should say. All pro safety is
Yeah, let me bring it up actually because I think he expanded on it with more names afterwards and
like,
still left Eddie Jackson.
Still
off
left
his list.
Eddie out of the thing.
Yeah, and I mean he's doing a fucking troll job. This dude drinks Pabst Blue Ribbon, thinks he's a badass. Let me
Isn't
bring
that
it
a
up here.
Milwaukee beer? Pabst. Is that a Milwaukee based?
Yeah,
beer?
he forgot Justin Simmons and Buda Baker. He's got to add to the list.
This guy was once phony ass questioning. Remember when Hakeem got his extension? And he's like, Hakeem Hicks.
How the hell's that
happen?
happen?
How does that happen?
Then he
And he
retracted.
tried to recant it by saying something happened to his Twitter.
And here's a tweet from Matt Miller from April 5th, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
This is the draft scout, the draft expert.
Yes.
I think I'm going to end up being much higher on Marcus May and much lower on Eddie Jackson than most people. Well, how do you think that? I mean, you either are or you aren't, right? From what you've seen, what you've put the work into, right? It's not like, oh, I think I might be. I'm not quite sure, right? Haven't you already done the work at that? It's fucking April 5th, you asshole. Haven't you pretty much done? Isn't most of the hay in the fucking barn, Matt?
It's been watching Married with Children.
Yeah, you know what that says? That means, well, Daniel Jeremiah hasn't adjusted his rankings yet, so I'm not sure where he's going to go. So I might change. I'm going to leave that door cracked open just a little bit.
I would love to get that dude on.
I would too. And you know what? If he was on here, I wouldn't be an asshole just to be an asshole to him. I would ask him legitimate questions. I would love to ask him legitimate questions because the fucking guy, there's no way possible he's putting in the work to what he is a reorganizer of people's draft boards. That's what he does. Yes. That's why when he has a guy like Mekhi Becton and he moves him up 65 spots in his draft rankings in 8 days, and that's true. That's true. That's not made up.
That was evidence on 100 proof.
we gave you the information. That's not bullshit. 65 spots he moved him up in 8 days because Daniel Jeremiah put him up. And Matt Miller also sent out a tweet that said this, there's going to be real slim pickings at offensive tackle. It's not a real good year for offensive tackle in this draft in 2020. Anybody see the offensive tackles that went in this fucking draft?
How many went?
And this dude's not making fucking chump money at Bleacher Report either. That's the fucking disgusting part.
Yeah.
He's making legit fucking money at Bleacher Report. And they just extended this motherfucker's contract last year. That's I cannot grasp it. I can't. There's a lot of fucking people out there that are much, much better at their job that are going to put in the fucking work. And Matt Miller's reshuffling the fucking deck of known fucking national people like Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks and those guys. They put their boards out. He readjusts his board because this is what Daniel Jeremiah is hearing. So then he'll push his guy up the fucking board. But I don't know, man. That shit irritates the hell out of me.
Harry Ness says that Miller did give the Bears an A or an A- for their first two draft picks, those 2 second-rounders, Kmet and Jalen Johnson.
Thanks.
Can I ask you something, Shane? Though isn't that what all these guys are doing? Because you were pointing out how everyone had Trubisky over Watson and Mahomes, not just the Bears.
No,
and
because
doesn't it become like a copycat? One person had Trubisky higher, and then they all start. It's flavor of the month.
You know how you can tell that, Greg? And people can make fun of this fucking guy, and I'll tell you what. You ask Mel Kiper Jr. any fucking name, and he will give you a 5-minute fucking symposium on any fucking player.
Absolutely.
You can bullshit your way for a couple of seconds through guys. You can't do it like Kiper does. It shows. It does. It fucking shows. Daniel Jeremiah, I don't agree with everything that guy puts out, but I know that he was a scout in the fucking league. And this is something that drives me nuts about Phil. Shit, you brought up his name, and I'm blanking on it now, that he's close with Matt Nagy, and he's been bagging Louis Riddick. Yeah, Louis Riddick. This is the thing. He's been up for, his name has been mentioned for a couple of GM jobs and stuff like that. And this is what drives me crazy. And this is where I do give Mike Mayock credit. You can sit back and be called a quote unquote expert and never have your fucking feet held to the fire. To your point, Greg, all these people that had Mitch at number 1, doesn't matter now. 95% of the people are just going to let that fucking bypass and not care. Move on to the next fucking talent. When you're the fucking GM, when you're Ryan Pace, when you're fucking, Howie Roseman, whoever, John Lynch, your fucking feet are held to the fire no matter what. With every single pick, your feet you're going to be judged on come on. There's people out there like Tony Pauline said that the Latavius Simmons, and I know George isn't high on the guy, that he's not a football player. He's no good. He's a bust. He's a fucking 7th rounder. He's not a bust. Give me a fucking break. He's not a bust. It's like people saying that Mitch Trubisky is a fucking bust. He's not a bust. Mitch has shown that he can play fucking football. Jamarcus Russell is a bust. Ryan Lee is a bust. Right. Mitch is not that. People want to rush into calling people this, and it's awful convenient for Louis Riddick last year, 12 months ago. Maserati Mitch. Oh, no, Bears got Nick Foles. He's the fucking guy. He's the guy now. He's going to be the dude that does it for Matt Nagy. That's the type of shit that drives me crazy, because Louis Riddick can say that because he's on TV and his feet aren't held to the fire by fucking ESPN. You know what I mean? He could just put his hot takes out there. He's not a GM that's going to get fucking fired like Ryan Pace, like John Lynch, like Howie Roseman. These guys are living and dying by what they do in the fucking draft most of the time. That's what it's all fucking based on.
That's what makes what Pace didn't do so heavy on me in not talking with Watson and sitting down to find out that information. That's why Brian Pace might be the nicest guy. He might be a great person. This isn't what it's about. It's about what are you doing in regards to your analysis and your understanding of your first round selection. So we are critical of him and everybody that flip-flops and manipulates and doesn't do their job like it should. And that's why
classic case, your song tonight with fucking Peter Bukowski.
Yeah, my song.
Right.
That's why Mo Bierman, Dillinger, Cantazani.
Listen.
Bear True. That's why you're here listening to this.
I'll say it right now. Phil knows. Greg, you know. Aldo, you know this. I was a Deshaun Kaiser guy in 2017.
Right.
I can't fucking go back and say that he wasn't my number 1 quarterback. I was wrong. I fucking blew it. I blew it. I had Mahomes, or I had Watson 2. I had Mahomes 3. And Tooch can go back, and you guys probably remember. I fucking said on this fucking show that there's no in-between for Pat Mahomes. The dude's either going to put up fucking PlayStation numbers or he's not going to be in the league. I don't think that there's going to be any in between. I had Mitch number 4. How do you switch that up? You don't. You take it. And
It's just I don't know.
Everybody's fucking wrong in the draft game. Nobody's batting 50% in the fucking draft game when you break it down through 7 fucking rounds. It's just not. You have to hit and have your hits. But lots of fucking guys burn out of this fucking league for whatever reason. Injuries. They just can't fucking play. They're not motivated. Whatever. But
well, like John Jenkins said today, sometimes it's about
Right.
timing. You know, it's there's a lot of variables. It's not always about talent. It's about, am I leaning into the damn mic? Am I yelling? What the
back.
fuck? I lean back.
Yeah, and that's
You don't
another.
have to- there you go. Make that song.
Phil, and I don't think John would. If John doesn't listen to this entire show, Phil, you and I talked about this. John Jenkins, and you talked about it with him personally, Phil.
Yes.
John needed to lose weight. He needed to fucking trim up. Phil, I know, had that talk with him. He needed to because he looked sloppy. He needed to be able to get out there.
Showcasing who he was. And listen, you got to do it when it's hard work. I put on 6 pounds in the pandemic. I'm fucking seeing my sons eat these fucking Cool Ranch Doritos. I'm fucking, all of a sudden I'm reaching in there, eating them. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? So I got to go run fucking 4 miles. But it's on the person. It's on the person. And if you're not this is what boggles my mind. I love this show. I'm so glad we're in video and I could see Logan and Bear Truth and all these people that are interacting with us and the humor of everything. But in all essence, I don't know how someone threatens to beat someone up and threaten them on social media, and then they're championed in as an analyst. I don't know how that happens. So I don't know how somebody like Peter Bukowski could say one thing on Saturday, and then on Thursday night, something completely different transpires, and never take ownership of what you said on Saturday by people that are listeners or fans of that person. I don't want to be in that world. I don't want my son raised that way. I don't like little fucking pussies, for lack of a better term. I know Greg likes to use the C word. I don't, but in all honesty,
that was a private audio that you shared with the world.
I didn't talk to Johnny Santucci.
But the reality is, this whole people that analyze and put their name to it, I just think this world would be better off. I mean, even in politics.
I'm happy as a clam. I'm happy as a clam.
Are you, Joe? Jesus. Even in politics.
Up next on Bears Bar Room.
So a president is standing up there saying one thing Tuesday on when it's like Popeye.
Let's not get political. Let's not get political.
Gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. It's like, this is what's going on in football. Be smarter. Buy Bears Barroom swag. Be a part of the bar room. And I believe that not only will we interact and champion you, but we'll also really bring the truth to the surface of what's going on, because these dumb tweets are showcasing.
Yeah, and Harp makes a great point. I just happened to look down at his comment that Peter's not being fair to his audience, and that's absolutely true.
Exactly.
What would you guys think of us if I sat here and just listen? Everybody knows that I wasn't a big Nick Foles guy, and I talked to Phil. I think he's probably more talented than most of the haters believe, because I think he is impressive sometimes when he steps up into the pocket, and I think he's got a good arm, stuff like that. But if I totally changed course because he was a Chicago Bear, it's just like the Cole Kmet thing is a perfect fucking example.
Yep.
I still wouldn't make that fucking pick at 43. I still would not. Doesn't mean that Cole's not a good player. Doesn't mean that whatsoever. I'll stick to my guns on that. But we are going to give you the truth here, whether it makes us look stupid or not. We're going to stick to what we believe in. Like I said, you think there's other people on fucking... You think you're going to listen to fucking Brawl Network? Mike Brez was a fucking Deshaun Kaiser fan. You think he's going to go on his show and talk about it? No. He's not going to tell you that he said Sheldon Day was going to be a top 5 defensive tackle in the NFL by year 3. He's not going to say that. I'll tell you. Tell him, Chris. Tell him, Chris.
Is he going to tell you about Mike Glennon? His takes on Glennon?
But I'm just saying, I've had my fucking swings at Obi Melifonwu, 2nd round. Trade up for him in the 1st round. Come on, Mike. Well, whatever. We've all had our fucking... We've all had our fucking misses. Chris Armstrong's fucking feisty tonight. But that's what makes us. That's what separates what we do from everybody else. Is that Aldo? If I make a comment or have something on a player, you're gonna hold me accountable. Phil's gonna hold me accountable. Greg's going to talk about it. We'll put the shit up on the fucking screen now, and we'll talk about it. Exactly. We've all had our fucking swings and misses. You have to own them. That's, not to be political, but that's half the fucking reason that people don't believe in politicians, that they won't admit their fucking faults and their mistakes. That makes them human. That's what everybody wants. They want a human. They don't want a fucking robot up there that wants to say that they're right all the time. Nobody's right all the time. Like I said, man, it's Aldo he's the fucking king of the hill in here, man. He had Mahomes. He was all fucking gung-ho on Mahomes, number 1 fucking quarterback. And it worked out. I look like a fucking punk. Happens.
Integrity. Own your viewpoints. Dan Kelly hitting it right up the middle.
You are a punk. You are a punk, Shane. So is your
Thanks, man.
Shit, Riley.
Your mom likes punks.
All right, we are going to move on now because it's not all bad news out there. There is good news too.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm about 45 minutes away from showing Bob what kind of a punk I am, yeah.
Oh, he's the smartest man. He's the guy who helped Michael Jackson moonwalk, and he delivered the mail on Thriller. Fuck the blog, PFF, Schrager, La Canfora, Peter Bukowski, and that dumbass Matt Miller. He's the smartest man, and this is his best tweet of the week.
Oh, yes. It proves that we're not all bad around here. Shane Marshall has scoured the internet, and he's come up with a tweet that we can all look at and applaud. I can't wait to see what he's got here. Shane Marshall, what do you got?
Is Adam Sham at Papa Bear 816 in our chat room tonight?
You know what? I saw Adam Sham earlier, about 4 or 5 hours ago, when we started the fucking show.
If he is, he's winning our tweet of the week and sending some Bears barroom love. And this is what we need more of from our expanded listener base here to promote the product. If you're a Bears fan and don't listen and subscribe to Bears Barroom, what are you doing with your life, Phil? Are you really a fan, Greg? Great distraction from the mess going on in our world. Give the guys a listen. Greg brags. Aldo took it down while I was reading it, but you get it. Aldo Barkeeper, Wazram, Fulfill. Can't wait for 100 proof tonight. But like we talked about last week, this is
I was gonna play it.
If I'm gonna root for a team, I want to give it all I got.
I always gotta cut Greg off quick.
But no, and hey, it's a great tweet, and we appreciate the promotion. We appreciate the love, but like I said, the word of mouth and spreading this, each individual person makes this go farther and farther and farther. You know, if you can leave listen, you don't have to agree with everything we say. Phil and I interact with people. I know Aldo does too. Greg, we will interact with everybody. If it's something we don't agree with, we'll talk about it with you. That's, we're not afraid to do that. So we do appreciate the negativity, the negative feedback just as much as the positive feedback. But, we want you guys to help us promote this entire process, because the more exposure we can get, the more, we can expand on what we do. And we appreciate that tweet right there from Adam. It's a great tweet, and that's my tweet of the week right there, man. We appreciate all of you guys. Adam just happened to win tweet of the week. Zimmerman's been around for 12 years with us, hasn't won it yet, but
he hasn't spread the barroom love like he should.
Not yet. But no, Adam, we do appreciate that, and we hope everybody listening can send out some positivity that same way about Bears Barroom, and let's grow this product, because we can give you guys more and more the more and more exposure that we get.
Well, that sounds like a perfect segue for shout-outs, because it is 11:47 out east. The mail must be delivered in the morning. The people in Connecticut must be put into jail by Phil or wherever the fuck it is he does for a living. And Greg's got to lay some bricks, and I got to...
You got to write some more poems for your
Work
dirty
that ass for Rosie.
All right, we always start with tweets and Shane Marsaw, because he's always got that shortest list. Go for it, Shane.
I'm going to give a shout out to the vet down the road from me where I moved in Clayton, New York, Dr. Bender.
Sim Zimmerman. Sorry.
I want to give a shout out to my vet, like I said, down the road, Dr. Bender. I want to call her a useless fucking cunt.
Oh my God.
So listen to this shit. I have a cat that's 3 years old. My wife and my son love, her name is Rosie. Get home today, and she's acting up and sick and fucking crying and everything. And so I'm like, oh fuck. So I grab my phone and type in vets near me. And I knew Dr. Bender was right down the road, but I used to do business with her. And then when I moved previously, I stopped doing business because it was a little bit farther away, but I'm in their database, whatever. So I call her ass up, and I'm like, hey, Dr. Bender, my cat Rosie, she's 3 years old, just got home from work. She's really sick. I'd like to find out what's going on. And she's like, oh, hey, Shane. Yep. I remember you. How's the family? Blah, 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 everything. And she's like, I haven't seen you in a long time. I said, no, I moved. When I moved away, I started going to the vet locally where I was, because she would have been like an hour out of my way. Well, then I moved up here, and anyways, long story fucking short, while my cat is very ill, I said is there any way I could come down right now? Could you please look at my cat? She's very sick. Sounds like she's in pain. She fucking says to me, oh, well, we're not taking new customers right now. And I'm like, well, I'm not a new customer. I used to be your customer for like fucking 12 years. Until I moved. She's like, no, I know, but you're still considered a new customer. So you're going to have to, she said, I would suggest you pack up your cat and drive her to Syracuse to emergency health clinic, whatever. And Syracuse is an hour, like 1 hour away from me. Literally, Dr. Bender's office I can be there in 2.5 minutes from my house. But she essentially gave me the big fuck you and my sick cat today. So she pissed me off. So wanted to call her a fucking useless bitch.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, come on. Isn't that fucked up?
Yeah, it is fucked
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Fucking cunt, Dr. Bender.
How do you not have compassion or
Oh
a
my God.
duty as
Or
a
Hila
doctor?
was sick to her stomach. You know what I mean?
Reminds me of that episode of what's the show on HBO with my boy, the Seinfeld writer?
Charles.
Oh,
Larry Charles.
Larry David.
Larry David.
Yeah, what's the name of the show, Greg? What's it called?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. He's on the plane. He's sitting next to the doctor. The doctor's pissing him off, remember? And then someone has a problem in the back. And Larry looks at him like, you're a doctor. Go help. Oh, I'm not getting involved with that. I'm not. He's like, you have a duty to do.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It reminds me of that. Like, it's just disheartening.
It's not like this bitch hasn't overpaid me.
3-year-old cat.
It's not like she hasn't over fucking charged me for fucking the 12 years that I did business with her previously. That was the part that pissed me off. And then she fucking didn't even have balls enough to get on the phone. She sent her fucking underling. She sent her fucking chatterbaiter onto the fucking phone to talk to me.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is.
But no, I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, have a fucking heart. You know, this poor fucking cat was sick, and come to find out, I don't know. I don't want to self-diagnose, but the cat seems to be stable right now. It looks like maybe she's anemic. The one neighbor that has some experience came over and took a look at her because I wasn't going to drive an hour away. So we have an appointment first thing in the morning, or Hila does because she's off tomorrow. But I'm like, man, what a piece of fucking shit. I know this is a football show, Bears Bar Room, but I want to give that fucking cunt down the road a fucking shout out. Maybe you can get me this audio and I'll fucking post it on their Facebook page.
Jesus. That's a very nice shout out, Shane.
Yeah, thanks. Fucking greasy cunt.
Nice guy.
Oh, are we live on all forms of social media? So I guess everybody knows.
Like
I forgot about that. We're not on Nick. We're not on Nick LR right now.
My aunt from fucking Milwaukee's wife, like, holy shit, the hell is Greg on right now?
Come on,
you,
man.
cat. Fuck you, cat doctor. You fucking cunt.
Come on, that's some bullshit, though, right?
Your ass.
Kitty litter and eating, bitch.
You fucking cunt.
To draft Dr. Phil before we move to Greg's portion of the show where he reads all sorts of shit he's been writing out for the last 4 hours. Phil, who do you got for shout out?
I got a shout out. Holy shit. This guy.
Fucking punching his mic.
Jesus Christ.
Somebody get me a fucking
He is crazy Cujo. He's like Cujo, the fucking dog in Stephen King now. Anyway, I got to shout out our boy John Jenkins for coming on the show. What a tremendous guest and way to kick off the live video show of guests. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to do some film study of Jenkins this offseason as we head into the summer turn, I call it, towards football season, and hoping that we do have football, not putting negative energy on it, John. I'm just keeping it 100, but I got to shout out him. He was tremendous. So if you haven't heard the interview and you're just tuning in now, you really got to check it out in a few when the whole show goes up for you. So I also want to shout out Zane Christensen, who is a huge supporter of Bears Bar Room. In fact, he bought some swag today. He's got a beautiful family. His wife and him had an anniversary. I told him he deserves a shout out, really privately shouting out what we do here. And my boy JJ Dillinger, who went for a job interview, texted me beforehand, Aldo, and appreciating what we do here, asked me to wish him luck. I gave him a couple coaching tips in the interview. He got the job.
Wow.
Look at that.
Nice.
So shout out to you, Jay. I think I saw him in the chat. He's been in the chat tonight.
Thankfully, he wasn't really listening to you.
Well, he did get the job. Andrew Tarble, who's in the chat too.
Nice.
There's Jay. Look, they're both there, Aldo. Jay Dillinger, my man, got the job. Look at his old school. Is that a vet? That's a nice looking car. Well, congratulations, Jay. You deserve it. And
Shouldn't be
Andrew
bringing up
Tarble.
vets after my rant, Phil. Jesus.
Tarble is a true ambassador. Shane, you were talking about sharing and doing the things. Andrew, I saw him today just saying, hey, if you're a Bears fan, and I'm paraphrasing, go out there and you got to listen to the show and be a part of it. Everything on down the line. Jim Larison, Greg's boy, got to shout him out. Mark from Dubai, a.k.a. Mark Sherman. Serg Orts, another 3 guys in a row, ambassadors of the bar room. We wouldn't be here, I don't think, if it wasn't for some of these names that I'm reading off in Larison, Sherman, Orts, Lawrence Fleming II, my man Fuck a Brawl. My man Fuck a Brawl on YouTube. That dude. My man Zach Sullivan. I think he's in there. You could see his comments now. Zach just so happened to be shouting you out next on the list. Made the clocks behind me. See the clock?
Yeah, we can see your clock and my clock, Phil. Do we
Where's
see Greg's
Greg's clock, Zach? He's probably not even.
Yeah, he was giving me shit about it. It's upstairs. What?
It's upside down still.
Hell yeah.
Remember that? Anyway, Tooch. Great open, great person. I think Tooch should have 2 shows on this network. Dan Aguirre. Mark Branham from I gotta pronounce his name. He's got a Facebook. We've been doing these Facebook groups. I'm gonna shout out his group, the Trubisky Truthers group. I don't know the exact name of the group. I should have wrote it down. Follow Mark on Facebook. True believer in Trubisky, right there. Roger Lambrex, who's also supporting Bears Barroom, buying some swag. EJ Jones, Alberto Valdez, Ed Loya. We saw him earlier, rocking his Bears Barroom. He's on my list here. Ed, I appreciate you and the kind words. Jamari Riddick, Ryan Cox, a huge supporter of the Bears Barroom, ambassador. Todd Rucker, Isidore Tovar, Zach Bradley, I already said, Lisette Fernandez, huge ambassador. I want to shout out the ambassadors of Bears Barroom. Mo Bierman, every week in here. Bear Truth 9, an ambassador. Rel Ramey, you're an ambassador. I need to see you guys in your swag. Send me some pictures of you so I can put together and help Greg and Alex in their commercial that they're going to produce with me. And maybe Aldo, if he's not too busy. Ron Schwerters. I want to know how to say your name. He sent me that victory flag in the mail, and I was so thankful. That was so nice. JC Ruddy, Ken Uhe, Dan Kelly, Matt Vedro, Lady Bear, I love you. Always supporting the Bears Barroom. She's not a follower, Aldo. She's a leader. It's like, fuck all the haters, and she's there every time. I love that kind of person. Like, I don't like people. Okay, you don't like me. That's fine. But jump in the show, and maybe you'll learn to understand the person instead of prejudging. I hate those kind of people. I'm not like that. Isaiah Robles from Bears Turf. Will Hill. Miguel Rodriguez. Luigi Zaccarelli. Jose Luis Castillo. Truther Aldo. Buying some swag. My boy Maverick Riggs, Christina Thomas, huge Barfly Bears fan, buying swag. Jessica Ramirez, also digging in. I hope I'm not ruining their purchases for maybe their husbands, or if they are. Brandon LeBeg, Kino Cappuccino, my girl, Todd Rucker, Jake the Snake Green, Rusty Hartman, and one more, Aldo. One more. I'm looking for.
Spit it out, Jesus.
Sorry, Dennis Reardon. These people are what you're saying, that they will go the extra mile. I wanted to make sure I saw and shouted them out on the live video show. Just great stuff. You guys go that extra mile for us. It means a lot to me personally and professionally that you guys share The Tape Never Lies, Bears 100 Proof, and all the shows that you like on the network. But most importantly, Bears 100 Proof.
What happened to
Greg?
Yeah.
He got upset.
Really?
Got upset. He's very angry. He texted me. He's like, fuck Shane. He's a fucking cunt.
Yeah, that's what he did. He just texted me and he said, fuck that stupid cat. So rude.
He's got 2-3 pages of comments that we were.
Quick, end the show.
I hate to end the show without.
Well, he just texted me and he was going to shout out Phil and myself and you, Aldo, as bringing him to the fucking mountaintop.
Shane just sent me a picture of his cat, and I'm like, Shane's shout out was even more appropriate. When you see
right? A fucking small ass fucking young cat.
Poor cat curled up in a ball in pain. Fucking breaks my heart. So fuck that doctor too.
See?
Now where's Greg?
I'm gonna give him a couple of minutes because I feel bad that
we did all this work.
You see that, Aldo?
Where? Well, is that your cat?
Look at the cat. Look at that. That's clear. Look at that cat in pain. Everybody should call that place.
Yeah, smartest man told me to call. Can I talk to you, the fucking cunt doctor?
How are you not helping?
My sister just texted me. She's like, I was listening to your show. I think you called her a cunt 6 times.
6. She gave him 6.
Oh, poor cat. Come on, Greg. Come back. Come back, Greg.
I think Jenny grounded him.
Let's see if he sent me a message.
Look, I don't know what to say. I'm just a fan trying to talk sports.
Greg drops.
Again, the show must go on.
You got a French dude playing linebacker. I mean, it's like they just throw everybody out there. It's like it's.
My cat's sick, Joe.
How is Greg not here at his
There he is.
home? Is he back?
Yeah.
There he is.
I had to reset my computer, Phil.
I had a technical difficulty.
Laugh it up. Enjoy your night.
Jenny told me I'm over my minutes limit.
Look at
I've
my
now
beard.
moved to my goddamn phone on this 100 proof expedition. It said something about slow signal. You guys all started rotating.
There's breaking news.
Oh, man. It just completely threw me off. And then it wouldn't even let me get back on. So now I'm on my freaking phone to do my shout outs. But I was assuming that Phil was probably still only halfway through his shout out. So I figured I could pretty much reset my whole computer before Phil was going to be done.
He's froze again.
He froze again. He always freezes on a joke.
I was listening to Shy Fans last time. Every time Greg spoke to Mike North, it fucking went haywire for 10 seconds. And Mike's like, yeah, Greg, I know exactly what you're talking about. Nobody can hear what he was saying.
Greggy.
Slow signal brag. There it is.
Take that screenshot right there.
This
Look at his
guy
face.
Totally. Yeah,
He just upgraded his internet too.
He totally went the extra mile too.
What did you upgrade it to, Greg? What are you up to now? Do you know?
300.
You're on your phone. Run your speed test right now. See what it's on.
I sent you that app.
Go to speedtest.net and do it live on air. Let us know what it's at.
He's gonna disappear for a second. He's gonna disappear for a second.
It's gonna say like 12. I'm gonna fucking shoot him.
He spent his wife. I heard her in the background. She's like, I went out, and Greg didn't even know. I ordered an upgrade. And Greg's like, really? You did? She's like, yep.
I still think it's from his He's got the fucking router from. Who is it from?
It's from AT&T, I believe.
Yeah, that's
his
shit.
service provider. You might need to get.
He's in a fucking
just
garage,
modem.
metal garage doors and all. That's gonna throw all that shit off, man.
We gotta one of you tech guys, don't you know? Like, you plug it in to the electrical, and then he can plug it in and come out in the garage from the electricity. Look at this guy. This is his. You can't make it up. Poor Greg.
Jenny's gonna kick his ass. Jenny's gonna listen back to the show and whoop his ass tomorrow. He's costing more fucking money, and the
probably fucking
service is shittier.
What's the neighbor's password? He went over and was like, "Here, Greg. Here's our new Wi-Fi."
I just ran my speed test. My speed test says it's 4, so fuck you, Phil. That's what he's gonna come back and say. You are.
Everybody's blaming Carol Baskins.
Oh my God. All right, here are my shout outs.
There you go.
Are to Greg Braggs for the endless amount of laughs that he provides.
He is the John Ritter of this show.
There he is. All right, what were the results, Greg?
It didn't do it. I'm back. But I'm back on the show.
Oh, you're not.
All right, you go to speedtest.net.
Okay, I'm there. But if we do this, I mean, who knows how long this could take?
Oh my God!
With your internet, we'll be good by Sunday.
Oh my God!
What does it say?
Aldo was just shouting someone out.
It's loading. I mean, fuck.
That's how bad your signal is. Look at mine.
All right, here it goes. Here it goes. It's connecting. All right, here we go. We got the miles per hour thing.
Miles per hour.
This way.
Hold in the screen. 3.
Oh,
dude, that's worse than what you were last week. What did you? We didn't say to fucking downgrade it. We said to upgrade it. That's your that's your upload speed, Phil, right? Yeah, I was gonna say, holy shit.
Download 144. Download.
Dude, Greg, yours is a fucking 2. That's why your shit.
See, this is why we're discovering.
Do you even want these fucking shout outs? I mean, God.
Nope. Give me the best one.
Give us 3 of the best.
Well, Michael Castanzaro was the first in the chat. He was 30 minutes early. Let's see. Tooch called me backstabbing Braggs. We had a few other ones. Sandlin said that was the best video guest you guys have ever had here on Bears 100 Proof. Congratulations. Tooch also said the bear puppet was brilliant. So congrats to you, Aldo, on your brilliance. And we've had a lot of very funny comments. And the final one was from Andrew Tarbill, and he said, spread barroom love, not COVID. Spread barroom love, not COVID. So that's a good message. I had a whole bunch more written down, but my fucking internet is just, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Last week it was my backdrop,
What did she upgrade? What did you upgrade it to? What was the speed?
200 or
and you're only getting 2?
Yes, there's an issue with
that's a little bit of a problem, Gregory.
Greg, you're paying for 100 or more. 100 or more.
Before it threw me off, it said, you're having a problem connecting to the internet. It would help if you move
signal.
closer. Well, I'm freaking. It's
Sensei,
literally above
can you bring
me
his
in the room.
Bring
the
his
room.
name.
Well, when you go in your house and run a speed
Run.
test, when you go inside the house, what is it? But there's no way it can drop.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Dude, it
That's
can
what
if
I'm
he's-
saying.
If his
There's something wrong, man.
His U-Haul truck is blocking the signal. It's
right.
It's getting pushed back. So
Do you have a metal
AT&T
plate in your head?
First of all, AT&T sucks. Let's just be honest. So he would have to do what Sensei said and run an Ethernet cable from his router or modem router to his computer. Get a
He
long
needs
one.
a fucking router like Aldo and I have. With
And
the fucking
I have the
beacons, and you
Google.
have one too.
I have the
with the
Google, and I can
beacons where you
speak
can put it
to
at
it.
opposite ends of your house.
Yes.
Bro, I'm outside at my fucking neighbor's house picking up my Wi-Fi.
I'm fucking mowing the lawn on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm shoveling the lawn on Wi-Fi.
Well,
Dude, what is your Wi-Fi?
3.2.
What's your Wi-Fi in your lawn, Greg? Like fucking 0.5?
Hands with strings. Logan said.
Jenny, I'm trying to download this song. It's only been 6 hours. It's almost done.
Hands with strings.
I got a lot of comments from the chat about how I talk too closely to the mic and how I'm too loud and how my S's are too loud. So, every week we got to work on something. Last week it was the U-Haul truck backdrop, and now I got this Bears backdrop.
What
Next
are the
week.
scores of Greg's backdrop tonight?
What about your neighbor that was dribbling the basketball? Does he know your Wi-Fi password? Maybe he's downloading porn during the show?
Could be.
Yeah,
Could
somebody's
be.
on your network stealing that.
So, did you run a speed test in your house?
No.
Zach Sullivan's suggesting that maybe it's the plate in my head.
Didn't I just make that joke like 12 minutes ago?
Oh.
Did you? Well, I don't know because
Maybe
my
my
freaking
audio is
computer
just
crashed.
catching up to you.
Yeah, maybe.
Did you run a speed test in your house?
No, not yet.
He hasn't.
You got the fucking internet yesterday. That'd be like the first thing I did and said, holy shit, I upgraded my internet.
When I pay for something, I just expect it to
Jenny pays.
He's, those people in the world that just get their bill, they pay it. I'm not that person. I check everything. I'm calling Amazon. I finally got my fucking Amazon package today. Like fucking 11 days later.
I had to turn my light off, man. I was getting a fucking headache.
My light.
Raul Garcia said in the chat earlier, Phil, that he thought your song was a banger. Okay.
There you go.
You see
Harb
this,
4803. Harb 4803 said Bobby Phelan, huge Hanson fan. Don't forget that. Logan Sandollar said he always regretted his Hanson tattoo. So those were some of the comments.
Bobby Phelan, big Hanson fan. Still surprised
Huge
by that.
Hanson fan. Bobby Bombs. If you don't know him, Bobby Bombs. Bob Phelan, big Hanson fan.
Also has over 60 megabytes per second with his drive. Even in Japan, he was having.
What's Barb's internet speed? Craig, at Barb's house.
I don't know. I want to move back though. It was so much easier.
There's great.
And let me save my final shout out for my beautiful wife, Jenny, who saved this family on Saturday. My daughter dislocated her elbow. They call it a nursemaid's elbow. But at the moment when it happened, we thought her elbow was broken. And for like 30 minutes while she screamed in pain holding her elbow, I thought it was broken. It was the worst 30 minutes of my life. Felt like an hour. And luckily, Jenny is like, a professional, and we have an adult in the house.
I was gonna say, just say she's an adult. Everybody will get it.
Went right into nurse mode, and yes, and also a professional. Not everybody knows how to do the tricks of the trade, and she was able to pop the elbow back into place, and thank God for that. And it's just really concerning times. We didn't want to go to the hospital with everything going on, and so I just want to shout out my wife for saving
you want me
this
to call
family,
my vet?
as
Maybe
she
you
always
can get her
does.
in there.
Yeah, exactly. Bring the cat over. Maybe Jenny will take a look. She's been the hero of the week. You know, it was Mother's Day on Sunday, and I could not ask for a better person to, be the mother to my daughter. And I'm very lucky to have Jenny Boris, as I once knew her. Now she's stuck with the Jenny Braggs for life. I'm very lucky to be able to say that. So, and proud of it as well. So,
nice.
Yep, that's my final shout out.
She did upgrade the last name. I will say that.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy
Boris.
when she
Jenny
finds
Boris?
out.
Is she related to Scott?
No.
Because if she is, she definitely downgraded, man. He's got fuck you money.
Spelled differently.
Boris.
Okay.
All right. It's just a fucking letter, Greg.
Hopefully she's your daughter's doing better.
Daughter.
And everything is okay.
It was like magic. When they popped it back in, she was right back to normal. And I was just sitting there asking Jenny, I was like, what would we have done if you didn't know what to do? Well, we would have had to go to the ER and spend almost $2,000 at a hospital bill to have it popped back into place in 2 seconds. And that kind of opened my eyes to, because I'm just sitting there thinking about a family that has 5 kids, struggling financially, something like that happens, you don't know what to do. You think your kid's arm is broken. She can't. My daughter's not old enough to say that. It was just a traumatic event, and sounds like a lot of parents have had that happen. So it's just like very, very grateful that we were able to get out of it in the way we did. But I just feel for those other parents that have to go through that in a different way. I couldn't imagine strapping my kid to a car seat and take her to the hospital. It's just a lot. There's a lot going on, a lot of different challenges with the pandemic, but, every day we get through it.
So is Greg's video suck too for you guys?
Yeah.
Or is it just me?
It's a little fuzzy.
Little.
Looks like it's everybody's playing.
Let me go eat my food.
Everyone's playing PS4s and he's playing Nintendo.
Oh my God!
You can't make it up.
We'll figure it out.
Gotta work that ass with
At least dance a little bit.
The thing about it is,
when you get into the house and make your peanut butter sandwich, whatever you said, run a fucking speed test in the house.
Funny story. I spent years lying to my school administrations that I was allergic to peanut butter. I hate peanut butter. And I told people for years, all my friends, everybody, it became such a lie that it became a truth. And the schools even weren't giving, the day they give you peanut butter, I got to have a different food because they thought I was allergic, but I never was.
But you never went to school.
Elementary school, they let me in.
So how are you going to rectify this internet fiasco tomorrow? What's Jenny going to do?
You guys are. I'm not doing anything. You're going to have to talk to Jenny about this. Get the camera off me. Get it off.
So you need to take a picture of the screen right now, Greg, and send it to him.
He fucking switches these goddamn screens like a crackhead all fucking show. He's doing all this other shit.
Hey,
he's going
Greg,
back and forth.
I'm really proud of you, son. You really know how to shut the fuck up.
I still have $19 on Larison's Taco Bell card. I never got to spend the rest of it. I'm 10 days into my diet. Thank you very much.
I don't know which annoys me more, Leno with his lazy-ass attitude or Greg Braggs with his droning on and on about how great Trubisky is.
Wait till Larison gets a hold of the.
Why does he always sound...
Greg's
It's like he
internet
has a
speed.
cold.
Larison's speed is like 1,000 megabytes per second.
Yeah, really.
Greg's is 0.7.
He's like, last week when he ran his speed test, it was at 5. He upgraded and he just showed it to us at fucking 2.
I gave them $120 more a year of our money, And this is when we get worse.
First thing you should
Which
do is
Jenny
get on the
predicted, by the way, so she's going to be busting your ass about this film.
Not me. You're going to have to get on the phone.
I'm not doing nothing.
That's it.
Greg, don't do nothing here.
Let Aldo do his shout-outs.
Edward Loya has the perfect name for Craig, Fuzzy Blue Eyes.
It's not far off from my high school days.
Totally interactive.
All right, let Candia do his shout-outs.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, my shout out is to all of you guys here at 100 Proof. Thanks for making the show so entertaining. It really, really is a blast coming out here every Wednesday night and having laughs with you guys. And making it even better is the interaction in the chat room. So thank you all. And that's it. It is time to wrap this baby up. And I will wrap it up the way that I always do. Remember, if you drink, please do not drive. And always bear down!
Bear down.
Sound like Greg Bragg.
Yeah, my internet show. We talk about my memories.
My radio partner and co-host is very brilliant with technology, but hasn't helped me with shit.
Hall of Fame.
Where's Joe Mandel when you need him?
Evan Hester can go fuck himself. I'm not showing up to his autograph session. I paid $200 for him.
He forgot the autograph section. His idol.
My name's Shane and Phil. I think I'm so funny. But I'm not. I'm actually really stupid.
We're going to have to go deeper on Phil.
I'm gonna go read Bearman's tweets because they make me feel better.
I'm going to go make Bearman tell Shane to go fuck himself on Twitter later on. My cat. No one will take care of my cat.
When we meet in Nashville, I'm gonna say, "Yo, this is the guy that helped your cat."
He called your son a pussy. And he's making fun of you.
Scared your cat off.
Oh, Greg, you're so mean.
Hey, I never heard that one before.
There you go. You had to wait till the end. Oh, that was fun.
A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 Proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Ballroom.
Oh, that was great.